Man alive, what a way to start. Holy smokes. You get efforts like this all the way down the line that have to get beat by something. It is incredible. What a class. This heifer calf right here, she's definitely the most complete right now, and I think she can stay that way. She's got the body that kind of tells you she could get a little bit chubby in time if not managed right, but she's got the front end that says, no, you won't burn me up. She's got a lot left in her. Perfect on her feet and legs. Every now and then she kind of want to jam her ankle in, but that's probably just bringing a baby calf to town. The dimension in this heifer is awesome. Rib shape, muscle with the base, added look. She's an incredible heifer calf. Heifer here in second. This is my kind to take on and feed. I love this kind of heifer. She's green. I love how fresh you have her. I love her youthfulness. She's really just got a lot of bloom to her hair while not being overdone by any means. Perfect in condition for this stage of the game. A little more gangly in her type right now. Very complete as well. She just ran into a buzzsaw up there on the front end, but it's close because I think this heifer will get better every day of her life. I think that heifer's got plenty of future to her. This heifer will gain on her. The heifer here in third, I like a whole lot. She's a lot like our second place heifer in terms of the length and still balances out with a lot of body. She kind of wants to jam that front end in the ground just a little bit. She's a little bit lower fronted too when she moves. That's an awesome heifer. Really a complete heifer follows her. This young lady has. She's just a little bit straighter off both ends. Doesn't have the length and the comfort of stride as some of the heifers ahead of her, but man, on the standstill, how could you draw one any better? Young lady does a great job working her and showing her too. The heifer that follows her probably does so just because she's a little bit flatter. Doesn't have quite the shape, probably doesn't have as much center mass. Not that that's a big important factor right now at this stage. She's just a little bit flat. She tapers in that quarter, probably a little bit tighter hearted. But I think this is a really good heifer with a really, really good future. Heifer that follows hers is probably the high WDA heifer of the class. Lots of mass and cowiness and volume. I'd like to pretty her up to run with the elite in this class, but I think you could take a whole cow herd like this as she's got as much natural body and fleshing ability as any of them. Good job. Heifer that follows her, another extremely cowy one. Really bold centered, lots of mass, spring of rib, and volume. Not as typey as those other heifers, maybe a little bit straighter off both ends, but a really, really good heifer with a lot of dimension. The baby that follows her there, I like this heifer a whole lot. Just doesn't have the type and design. She's a little bit more restricted off of her hind legs, primarily her right, but I'd like to mass her up a little bit to get higher in the class. But from end to end, great way to start.
And your results over here in the Hereford ring from Class 3 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations, entry 468. First place, GSCC Mustang Sally, K17ET, owned by McKenna Rogers of Solon, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 463, HBL Miss Spice 277ET, owned by Keelan Dickerson, Keena Silas, Cannon Dickerson, all of Leedy, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 460, owned by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 470, Purple HB, owned by McKenna Smith, Austin Smith, and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry 469, owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Sixth place, 471, owned by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Seventh place, entry 462, owned by Joseph Hale of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. And eighth place, entry 472, owned by Alexis Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. At this time, we have Class 4 Spring Heifer Calves, born April 3rd through April 17th.
Just a really nice way to start off our Angus Heifer Calf show this morning. A July heifer, a heifer that numbers up well, EPD profile-wise, but you look at the individual, which we're going to look at all day long, and she's extended, she's long spine, she's square in her hip structure and her placement, she's flexible on both ends. She's going to be the type and kind we try to find all day long. Nice way to start.
Well, over in the Angus ring, we've gotten started with your females show Class 2H. First place will go to back number 594, Meyer LK Frontier Gal 2025, bred and owned by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 3H here in your female show.
Another outstanding class here on the Hereford side. This baby heifer that wins the class does so on appearance, balance, youthfulness, freshness. A lot of longevity in this heifer. You know, we can't project everything in the future, but I think this is a heifer that's just going to get better all the time. Love what she has now, too. I just love how fresh she is. She's just so youthful. Her appearance is great. She balances out, got all kinds of symmetry to her from the way her neck lays in that shoulder, the sweep to her rib, natural muscling in this heifer too, and her structure is flawless. That's a really good way to start. Heifer here in second, I love, and she is dialed in. She's a little bit straighter and just a little bit narrower chested than our class winner. Extremely fresh, very youthful appearing. Love her hind leg. Love how she is over her spine back to her hip. Probably doesn't have the natural sweep of our class winner. And I'd like to relax her just a little bit in that shoulder. And she's almost a clone of this heifer here in third. This heifer's just not as elegant up through her front third, through that neck and head as our second place heifer. This heifer's got a lot to her, and she's got a lot of future. Any other time you'd think a heifer like this would just excel a division, but these are two really, really elite heifers in front of her. The heifer in fourth, I'd like to mass up a little bit. I appreciate her for her youthfulness, but then when we get her on the move, I think out of these top four, she probably just drove the hardest. And she probably just doesn't have the natural substance of our class winner, but there's a lot of good in this heifer, and I think she'll get better as she's got the right lines to feed and make a big heifer out of. Like to relax her a little bit when we get her out here today. The heifer here that follows her is awesome. A lot to her. She's just pushing it for me. She's too big relative to this class. There's a lot of size and performance in this heifer, a lot of quality to her. She just doesn't class up like the heifers ahead of her, as well as the heifer that follows her. Very, very massive. I think she's just on the bigger side of things for me. Tons of power and shape and look. Not as elite up through that front third and carrying more condition than what I think a heifer calf needs to at this age. Heifer that follows her doesn't have the type and design of the heifers ahead of her. She's a little bit straighter in that shoulder as well. Really a heifer though that balances out nice in her own right, as she's got some depth to her, got some natural muscling, just doesn't put it all together in a typey package like some of the heifers ahead of her. Heifer, it concludes the class, a little bit straighter up in that front end. With that, she probably labors the most off of her hind legs when you get her on the go. On the standstill, she gets just a little bit uncomfortable up in her front end. But to be able to, or to have to finish a class with a heifer like this really says something about where this show's headed. Tons of natural muscle in that heifer, really wide pinned.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 4 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 481, EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET, bred by Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma, owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place, back number 480, SC Cocoa Dream 221K, bred by Steerwalt Cattle of Leedy, Oklahoma, owned by Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Third place, entry 475, owned by Curry Herefords and GKB Cattle. Fourth place, back number 477, owned by GKB Cattle. Fifth place, entry 485, BK Cool Tunes, 247K ET, owned by Grady Carter and Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 483, owned by Jarrett Worrell of Mason, Texas. Seventh place, back number 482, owned by Holly and Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. And eighth place, entry 476, owned by Coble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. At this time, we'll be looking for Class 5 Horn Spring Heifer Calves.
Three super heifers on the top end of this class. I think three of these heifers will be sorted differently on down the road, on down next summer, and I'll be the first to tell you that. All three of these heifers have so many things to offer the industry, and it's such a nice way to start off with a set of Junes. The heifer I'm going to use to start the class with, I felt was the most fault-free. I think she's the best combination of structural integrity, muscle mass, volume, and show ring look. She's beautifully designed. I like how she's strong and neat and attractive from the top of that shoulder back into her spine. And she just transitions a little nicer out of that shoulder back into her forearm than the two heifers right behind her. She maybe doesn't get out and reach quite as far with that front leg as a couple of the other heifers, but I think this one is so nicely made from front to rear, she just deserves to win the class. 2 and 3, in my opinion, is the close pair. I think we have some give and take. I think 2 is a little nicer and neater and a more attractive out of her neck, through her jawline, down through her lower sternum. I think she gives up some power into that forerib, especially back behind that elbow, back into that first 2 or 3 ribs in that rib cage. I, however, think she gets out and tracks with a little bit more true kind and type, especially off her rear leg. I think she's a little more naturally wide-based as you compare to 3. 3 really gives you a super good look when you get her stopped from the side view. She's deep, she's nice, she's attractive. This one will really change, and she'll be the one to really watch. I like her foot, I like her kind, I like her style. For me today, I don't think she's quite as base wide as the 2 that precede her in class. The heifer in 4 is one that when you get her stopped, you like her exceptionally well. You put her in motion, she gets a little bit more restricted off that rear leg, especially out of her rear pastern. She just wants to buckle over every now and then on this leg, but a very nicely designed female that's exceptionally long-fronted and clean in her design, square in her makeup. Then we come into a pair of heifers that are close in their type and kind, heifers that are extremely long-topped and spine, got a world of future of them. Just maybe don't have the pizzazz and the power that the heifers that precede them in lineup, but heifers that are very, very complete are going to make these 2 kids excellent cows and excellent prospects. 3 heifers to finalize the drive, just a little behind at this stage in the game, but they're females that are structurally correct, structurally sound. They're going to make excellent cows. Nice class of heifers. Love those top 3.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 3H. First place in that class exhibited by back number 603, Seldom Rest Sandy Joe, 21-23, owned by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, and bred by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Second place in that class goes back number 597, Dameron C5, Lucy, 22-42, bred and owned by Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. Third place in that class was exhibited by Skylar Dawn Ward of New Paris, Ohio. Fourth place, and congratulations to Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fifth place will go to Nolan Dane of Dearborn, Missouri. Sixth place, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations to Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Eighth place went to Gentry Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. And ninth place in that class was Bracy Leanne Cagle. Now in our Angus ring will be Class 4H.
Really good class of heifers over here. The best balanced, most complete heifer wins the class. She's awfully good on her feet and legs when you get her to go. Got plenty of shape to her. I think it really pairs well with all that added look as well. This is really a really good heifer with a lot of really good pieces. The heifer here in second, I like pieces about her. She kind of puts herself in pieces when you get her going, primarily out of her hip just a little bit. I like to level her out from her hooks to her pins, and she just doesn't balance quite as good there, but she's a really good heifer. Appreciate the freshness, the condition this heifer is. Just a really good fault-free kind of a heifer. The heifer here in third, somewhat the same way as far as being just a little bit more piecey, and some of that's that baby calf awkward stage, first trip to town, whatever it is. I'd like to level her out in her top a little bit. She wants to droop off in her pin sets when she gets to going. This is a phenomenal heifer in terms of look and the way she's laid in that shoulder relative to how good looking she is. She's really deep centered too. Really a cowy, efficient little thing here in fourth. Tried to work this heifer up a little bit higher, but when you get them in motion, I don't think you can do so. Another extremely cowy, bold centered, very massive female. Way to represent a class like this too. So much production in this female, so much rib, so much hip, got added bone. She's not as attractive up through her front end as those heifers ahead of her. Doesn't put herself together as well, but what a fantastic breeding piece. Heifer that follows her just gets a little bit plainer. She's shorter neck. She's pretty clean neck, but she's a little bit shorter neck, coarser in that shoulder, and just kind of round up there, rounds out of her hip a little bit, lays a tremendous amount of muscle up over her top. Heifer that follows her is more constructed. She just needs pulled apart. Extremely feminine, good bodied, long and level, a lot of look. I do think she'll get better, and she gets around the ring just more comfortable, and this heifer concludes the class. This heifer just a little bit more on the stale side, like to freshen her up a little bit and limber up as she goes, but lots of power, rib, and depth.
And your results over in the Hereford ring. Congratulations for our Class 5 Horn Spring heifer calves. First place goes to entry 510, Boy Fiona 243KET, owned by Maddie and Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina, bred by Boyert Cattle of Pleasantville, Iowa. Second place, back number 509, Hawk Della 203ET, bred by Hawk Livestock of Earlville, Illinois, exhibited by Hayes and Kendall Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 504, owned by Cobble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 496, exhibited by Brady Jones, Lauren Jones, and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Fifth place, back number 507, owned by Noah and Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 495, owned by Carter Thomas of Purcell, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry 492, owned by Spencer Sukin of Gowrie, Iowa. And eighth place, entry 511, owned by Julia, Caroline, Jacqueline, and Johanna Stutter of Frankfort, Kansas. This time, we will select your champion and reserved Horn Spring heifer calf.
Nice pair of heifers on the top of this heifer calf class, late Mays in the Angus side. Both of these heifers are as different as night and day. You've got one that's a little leaner, a little more attractive from the side, and that's the heifer in 2. You got one that's got a little more bulk, a little more dimension, a little more base width, that probably handles herself a little bit more desirably today and just showing a little bit nicer today. I love both of these heifers. I wish we had the opportunity to combine them and make one that we could really, really like. The heifer in 1 is one that is base wide. She's got a bunch of bud, a bunch of metal, a bunch of natural curvature through her rib. I'd love to lean her up a little bit for me today. She gets just ever so slightly perpendicular out of her shoulder. We'd like to see her blade lay a little farther back into her. You get a good look at the heifer here now. She's one that's really extended in 2. She's got some length, some top. She's going to be one that's fun to play with. I think at this stage in the game, she's a little more piecey. I don't think she quite as flat in her blade, especially her lower shoulders compared to the other heifer. Just perhaps ever so slightly deeper chested, but a nice female in the number 2 position. Then we come into a pair of heifers that are close in my mind. I think the young man's heifer just has a little bit more shelf life. I think she's got a little more extension all the way through. I think she's one that's correct in her kind. Maybe for me, we just like to give it a little more cushion on both ends of this female to go ahead and see her last a little bit longer. The heifer in 4 is one that is a little bit more moderate. She's really open in her rib. I love her width of chest floor. I love the base width in this female. for me, she's just a tick ever so plain out of her front 1/3 up through her head and her neck. And then we come into a heifer that's a little more perpendicular on that shoulder. She doesn't have quite that cushion and propulsion off her rear leg we'd like to ideally find. She does have an advantage over the next heifer in terms of body and internal dimension. Finalize the drive with a heifer that is really green, really fresh, super extended. We just need to see a little bit of bulk and mass all the way through this one.
Some awesome division here to start the Hereford show. The most complete heifer that's got the most to her and still baby looking is this first heifer up here. She'll be your division champion.
And congratulations. Your Horn Champion Spring Heifer Calf goes to entry 468, GSCC Mustang Sally K17 ET, bred by Grimmel Cattle Company of Manhattan, Kansas, and owned by McKenna Rogers of Solon, Iowa.
Some fantastic options left, but the heifer that hit me really hard in class is this dark red ring-eyed heifer here. Young lady, bring her over. She'll be reserve, and it's pretty close. To me, they're very youthful heifers with a tremendous amount of quality and a lot of future. They're good right now, but I think their best days are ahead of them. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your Horn Reserve Spring Heifer Calf goes to entry 481, EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET, bred by Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma, owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma.
Well, back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 4H. First place, bred and owned by Sydney Pearl Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma, with J&J Frontier Gal 253. Second place in that class goes to back number 620, WB Princess 244 in Satch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri, bred by Ward Brothers Livestock in Plattsburgh, Missouri. Third place in that class exhibited by Kyle Lindbauer of Palmyra, Missouri, bred by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fourth place was exhibited by Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. Fifth place and congratulations will go to Carson David Chapman of Elmore City, Oklahoma. And sixth place exhibited by Brant Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Now in ring one, we have Class 5H here in your Angus ring.
pair of heifers on the top of this class Dave and I like exceptionally well. Again, they're heifers that are going to be the kind we try to find throughout the day that are very complete in their type and kind. They're very attractive, yet they have some base width, they have some openness, they have some longevity built into their structural integrity, and that's the pair of heifers that come to the top. I think the heifer that wins the class has the advantage over length of spine and strength of spine, and I think that's the biggest thing that separates this pair for me. The heifer in 2 is a little more moderate, but she's super sweet-fronted through that neck and head and design, and I really like that about this female. And still, she doesn't disappoint you when you get behind her in terms of natural base width. The one heifer is one that's just so long, so powerful from the side. She can get out and move it good enough, but she's square, she's big-hipped, she's got some base width about her. Just a nice Angus female. The heifer in 2, as I said, a little bit more compact, but a heifer that I love in terms of neck and head presentation, how she comes back into her shoulder. She's got some ribs, some dimension, a little softer right through her loin and the top of her spine, but a heifer that's going to have a lot of shelf life and longevity. The heifer in 3 is one that, given a little bit of fits, she gets shown today. I love this one from mid-rib back, but from mid-rib forward, she doesn't transition as well from neck to shoulder to body. I don't think she quite has that flatness of blade we're going to ideally try to find today. The heifer in 4 is a cow power for the female and for the young lady. She's got some middle, she's got some structural integrity. She's a female that's base wide. She's got some width of chest floor. She's still going to be one that's not quite as attractive as the previous 3, but still very, very attractive in the cow herd. Another cow prospect comes next. One, I like her dimension, her volume. Again, not as attractive in her front 1/3 as some of the other heifers. Then we drop into a set of heifers. One of the heifers is a little heavy in terms of birth EPD and CED for us to get much higher today, but the heifers on down the line are heifers that are very valuable for cow potential and cow prospects.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 5H. This is your final class here in this division. First place exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia, with Clark Boys SR Sandy 2090. Second place in that class exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhis of Bowling Green, Ohio, and bred by J. Jordan Clark of Gretna, Virginia, with SSF Envious Blackbird 5022. Third place in that class was exhibited by Alyssa Claire Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place, and congratulations will go to Nanny Mason. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. Sixth place went to Kylie Wingy of Cisco, Texas. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. And eighth place, and congratulations will go to Allie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Now bringing in those firsts and seconds, and our judges will select their Division I champion reserve.
Another outstanding class the whole way through. So much breeding value in here. This heifer calf that wins the class is at somewhat of a disadvantage when she's up here in front. Hard to get a great look at her. I knew I liked her. I just wasn't sure how much. I like her a whole lot. She's made really good up through that front end. Look at the depth of body she's got for as green as she still is. Very ample in terms of muscle. And I think she's got as much base width as any of these heifers, too. She doesn't look like the type that would up high, but she naturally does. This is a very, very good heifer that I think will make a tremendous yearling. The heifer here in second I like. She's an obvious one to be drawn to. She runs just a little bit more downhill, wants to splay out ever so slightly. You know, we're going to be splitting hairs in elite classes like this because this is a great heifer. I like the fact that that heifer that wins the class is a little bit taller fronted. I like the attractiveness and the way she's laid in just a little bit better, the way she holds her neck more naturally. The heifer here in third, I like a whole bit. Not as limber as those two heifers today. She's maybe just a little bit straighter up in that shoulder, but man, are the pieces there. That neck comes out pretty darn high. Awesome body, natural body, good level hip. Just doesn't have the finesse of the two heifers ahead of her. Heifer here in third, she too is just a little bit lower fronted. Doesn't have the overall class. Really admire her for the freshness of her presentation. She's very youthful looking, just not constructed as elite as the heifers 1, 2, and 3. Heifer here in fourth, really cowy made, tons of body. Not wanting to get out of her shoulder as good as the heifers ahead of her, and some of that's transmitted into her hind legs as well. Very, very cowy, lots of natural mass and volume in that heifer. This heifer here is very pretty from the side. I think she just crosses the line for me on being a little too much, a little too refined. Like to make her a little bit more cowy, but a really, really good kind for a lot of people. The heifer that concludes the class just doesn't balance out as nice. She's as wide pinned and as big hipped as any heifer in the class. It just needs to blend together to be more feminine.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, your results for Class 6 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 597, Purple HB Flatliner 108 KET, bred by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Tulin, Illinois, owned by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Second place, back number 604, HPH 103F Lauren 035JET, owned by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama, bred by Ethan Hopkins of Winchester, Tennessee. Third place, entry 610, exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 601, exhibited by Wheeler Farm of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Fifth place, back number 602, exhibited by GKB Cattle, Desmondona, Texas. Sixth place, back number 594, exhibited by Bryce Hendricks of Troy, Alabama. And seventh place, entry 608, Braxton Holt of Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Just a super nice heifer calf class to lead off our Angus show in our division, our very first division of the day. Let's put our hands together, show a little excitement, wake up a little bit this morning, and realize how good these heifers really are. We're not going to talk about these heifers again. There's 3 or 4 favorites that Dave and I have. There's a pair of heifers out here in our mind that just complement each other very well. They're the kind that we're going to try to find throughout the day. The heifers that they're structurally sound, they're complete, they're moderate in their stature, yet they're very, very attractive. They've got some base width, some dimension. They look like females, and they're going to have some longevity. Dave will pick you a pair of champions. Again, this has been a really fun division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring, your champion in that first division. Congratulations will go to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with Seldom Rest Sandy Joe 2123, bred by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. And reserve in that division, coming out of that same class, congratulations, bred and owned by Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Dameron C5, Lucy 2242. We'll now look to get started with your next division here in our Angus ring. This will be Class 6H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, we now have Class 7 Polled Spring heifer calves. And for those of you that are just now joining us, we would like to introduce you to our judge for the Open Female Show, Mr. Jason Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska.
Really a complete youthful heifer here to start the class. I love the design of this heifer, man alive. She got a lot of look to her, body matches it good. She's appropriate in terms of her size. She's just so nicely designed. I wish her hind foot was just a little bit bigger. She almost wants to jab him just in the ground ever so slightly, but we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt, being a baby calf and coming down here for a week of this. But her design is flawless. Up through that front end, her belly, back through her hip. That's a remarkable heifer calf. The heifer here in second gets up there because she's so youthful and she's so fresh in her kind. I think there's a lot of good in this heifer. She just needs to put a lot of that energy as she goes just down a little bit lower, and I'm assuming she's going to mass up quite a bit and extend in terms of volume as she goes on. Really good, youthful appearing heifer. The heifer here in third is one of the big high-performing heifers of the class. She gets around the ring fine. Doesn't light me up in terms of balance. She's on the big end for me. I'd like to tone her down and make her a little bit more appropriate in her frame size. The heifer here in force, really packed full of a lot. Back 2/3 of this heifer are awesome. Ribs awesome, muscles awesome, hind legs awesome. Really wants to fight and splay out on that front end today. The heifer that follows her, just a little more rugged in her design compared to some of these out here. With that, she's a little bit more tubular in her rib, wants to pick that tail head up. Really packs a tremendous amount of muscle though and stifle. That's a really good kind of a heifer that's a great breeding piece. Really a green, youthful appearing heifer here follows her. She kind of falls out of type just a little bit. I appreciate her for her condition. I don't know if this heifer will get quiet enough to her as she goes and if she'll stay limber enough, but outline and design's really, really good. Young man, I can see why you picked that heifer out to show because that's a really good cow prospect, and I think there's a lot of ways you can breed her as you go. Look at the spring of rib to her and the width of pins. Pretty remarkable, and she's just youthful enough, more moderate in her frame size to get around this heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer's a little bit straighter off of both ends. Like to relax her in their spine and on all four and maybe tone her down just a little bit in terms of frame size.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 7 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 628, Hawk Dara 19K ET. Exhibited by Landon and Colin Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana, bred by Hawk Livestock of Earlville, Illinois. Second place, entry 621, exhibited by Gage Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas, bred by Grady Creamer, also of Waxahachie, Texas. With GKB GCC Notice Me, 9401 2147. Third place, entry 613, Mark Lofton of Weston, Mississippi. Fourth place goes to back number 629, exhibited by Tessa, Austin, and McKenna Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Fifth place, back number 626, exhibited by Grant Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Sixth place, entry 624, owned by Emma Grace. Nowotny, thank you. Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. And seventh place, entry 617, Joseph Hale of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. And eighth place, back number 622, Clay Huber of Subasio, Arkansas. Up next, we have Class 8 Polled Spring Heifer Calves in the ring.
Another really nice class of Angus heifers. 4 heifers on the top. Again, we have some variety in type and kind, but I think the heifer we found to start the class with is, again, the best combination heifer. She's a heifer that's base wide. She's one that's full of metal, so I love the curvature of her rib cage. A lot of internal dimension in this female. You get her out and put her in motion. She hits her stride. She's nice in her foot size and her flexibility. Just a pretty nice female to lead off this class. 2 and 3 is a little closer in our mind. I love the heifer in 2 when we get her stopped. She's so attractive out through her front 1/3. She's long spined. She's super deep fore-ribbed. She travels back into that rear rib with some dimension. Where I would like to change this one is just when we get her in motion. She wants to get that rear leg under her ever so slightly. Just doesn't have that propulsion and power off that rear leg we want to ideally find, as is the same way in the heifer in 3. She just doesn't handle the hind leg with as much authority as we'd like to ideally find, but I love this heifer in terms of cow potential. She's the longest spined heifer out here, tremendously long topped, long fronted. She's flexible. From the design of her rear leg, from the hock down into her rear leg, is where we would love to change this one. She is so wide chested. She's got some midsection, just a real nice cow prospect. A little plainer female is the heifer in 4, but if you had a pasture full of cows like this one, you'd be in the business all day long. Super structurally sound. She's one that's flexible on both ends. I just like to pull her apart a little bit, extend her out ever so slightly, but I love the midsection. I love the ability for this one to convert. She'll make an excellent cow. Then we come into a heifer that's probably the greenest, freshest heifer out here. Her better days are yet to come. We'll be the first to say that. She's so long, so attractive. I think she just needs a little bit more feed and roughage through the system to go ahead and expand that rib cage, expand that internal dimension, and see what's actually there. But a really nice prospect in her own right. And then we come into a pair of heifers. Again, just don't quite have the combination of eye appeal and structural correctness that we're going to try to find ideally today. The next heifer out is a little deeper through her chest floor, has a little more jiggle through the middle. The young man's heifer, I love her from mid-rib back, but from mid-rib forward, I just need to see a bigger, more powerful jaw, a bigger, wider muzzle in this one, just one that shows me that she's a little easier fleshing. A nice class all the way through, pretty good 4 or 5 up top.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results out of Class 6H. First place go to back number 641, KLM Sandy 2282, bred known by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Second place went to Elsie Engel of Colfax, Iowa, with Moffett Sandy 2280. Third place in that class was exhibited by Alexa Alto of Arcata, California. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Sixth place went to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Seventh place in that class exhibited by Levi Buchanan. Eighth place will go to Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. And ninth place to Jack Selmeyer of Aurora, Oklahoma.
Most complete heifer that gets around the ring, most comfortable is going to win here. Just a really good female in terms of the shape to her rib, matches good with the depth. When you get behind this heifer, there's a lot to her. She stands wide. This is a very good kind of heifer that's also very pretty through her front end. Heifer here in second, I like the pieces a lot, and I think she's just wider base than the heifer here in third. She's got some chest floor in her, this heifer does. She's wanting to fight a little bit and not as limber as our class winner, but a lot of shape over her top and back through her hip. That's a very good kind of a female. Gets off of her rear too from the side better than this heifer in third. Probably has just a little bit more length of stride today. Front 2/3 and the upper third of this heifer's hip I love a lot. Just a really good kind of a female. I think she'll get good, really wanting to fight the halter, not getting around comfortable enough on her hind legs today to get in the top 2. Heifer that follows her is just a little more coarse and rigid over the top of her shoulder, transmits that into her spine and hips. She's just a little bit tighter constructed, what I'd like to see, but I appreciate her for being more appropriate size in this big, powerful heifer here. Tons of heifer here, a lot of mass, and you know, for as big as she is, she's too big for me, but for as big as she is, she's got a lot of pieces that really go together good with that frame size because she is pretty powerful constructed. A lot of times those bigger ones can kind of run away from you and don't have as much mass and volume, but she does. Now the heifer that concludes the class just planes out a little bit. With that, she's more tubular in her rib, a little bit more frail than the heifers ahead of her. Like to stouten her up and put a little bit more future in her. But man, relative to her size, she's got a lot of top in her. She's a wide-pinned heifer. It's got some stifle as well.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 8 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations, back number 639. First place goes to WSCC VH Breathless 20K ET, exhibited by Paisley Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana, bred by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place, back number 631 SG ABK MS Carry K63, exhibited by Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma, bred by Addison Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 632, Courtney Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. Fourth place, back number 630, Caroline, Julia, Jacqueline, and Johanna Studer of Frankfort, Kansas. Fifth place, entry 638, Mason Reeder of Seguin, Texas. And sixth place, entry 634, Cecilia Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. This time, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your polled champion and reserve spring heifer calf.
Unbelievable to have this much quality in a class or a division like this, excuse me, and several good classes represented. I dang sure want some youth in these heifer calves. You know, we can't all predict the future, but we can get a pretty good idea of what it takes if they don't get burned up and get fed too much. And I think you're so far ahead to have just the youthful type and kind of these females represented out here. To make yearlings, and then the end project, you know, to go ahead and make cows. While the show ring sure is fun, I think you got to have all the fundamentals there. And like we said in the bull show too, structural soundness, foot size, and quality is huge to me. This heifer up here will be your division champion right here. Good job, young man. Wish there was one in front of you so she'd stand better, but that's an excellent heifer.
And congratulations, your champion polled spring heifer calf out of Division 1 goes to entry 597, Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois.
In terms of quality, I think the second place heifer to her matches her extremely well, and she'll be your reserve division champion. We'll keep 1 and 2 together here from that first class. Good job, exhibitors.
And congratulations, your reserve champion polled spring heifer calf from Division 1, all from Class 6, goes to entry 604, exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama.
Another nice class of heifers in our Angus division. We're going to lead off the class with a heifer I like fairly well. You love her from her mid-rib back into her hip structure and her hind leg. A lot of power, a lot of look in this one. She gets really fresh and extended up front. She's sound enough, she's square enough. Just a nice individual to start off the class. The heifers in 2 and 3 may be a little closer, but I think 2 follows our type and kind a little bit more desirably. I think she's a little more extended up front. I think she's a little nicer and neater and more attractive when you get right behind her. I think she's a little fresher and greener. She might not have the power of top and the muscle and turn to the top that the heifer in 3 possesses, but I still think there's more shelf life in this one, and she'll make the young lady an excellent cow. The heifer in 3, when you get her stopped, you really like her. She's square, she's true, she's deep, she's wide through her chest floor. I just like to stretch her out ever so slightly out of that front 1/3 and freshen her up and green her up for me, ideally. The next heifer out for us, you love the cow potential this one has. She just gets a little deeper through her chest floor, a little bit more maybe not as refined and not as attractive through her front 1/3. But I love her type and kind to kick out in a pasture situation. The next heifer back, nicely presented, super long bodied. For us, she's just a little more restricted in her rib cage, especially her fore and rear rib to compete with the other heifers. But I love her length of spine, her strength, her ability to get about the ring with some flexibility and some true soundness. You get a baby in this one later on, she'll be pretty deadly when it's all said and done. Next heifer back, one that gets a little more perpendicular out of her shoulder, just like to lay that blade back into her. Nicely presented heifer, and the young lady does a wonderful job. Next 2 heifers, again, heifers that are very, very good cow prospects, perhaps just need a little bit more power to compete with the heifers above them.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Angus ring. First place in Class 7H will go to back number 10677, BFBC2 Birdie 1822, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and bred by Calder Cunningham of Darlington, Indiana. Second place in that class, exhibited by Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma, with Saul PCC LE 2397K. Third place in that class will go to Camden Daniel Upchurch of Lineville, Alabama. Fourth place, and congratulations, Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Fifth place, exhibited by Blake Freeman. Sixth place was exhibited by Riley Eccles. Seventh place, Callie Wingy. In eighth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Avery Blakely of Edmond, Oklahoma. Now in the Angus ring, we'll bring in Class 8H. This will be our final class here in Division 2.
A lot of give and take on these heifer calves over here on the Hereford side. The heifer calf that wins the class just puts the most good up. With that, she's got a lot of added look. For as pretty necked as she is, sure got a lot of volume. Ample in terms of muscle. She's got some bone underneath of her. Like to maybe just give her a shot more base width, and I'd like to shorten her up in her muzzle just a little bit. She's just a little long-headed, and it's almost a distraction, but I think she's so good everywhere else she has to win. Really just a fault-free, fundamentally exceptionally sound, good heifer here. Great feet, lots of base width, very youthful. Everything fits in proportion on this heifer, and I think she's just enough bigger footed to go ahead and get over our heifer in third. I like this heifer a whole lot. Just looks like a little brood cow standing there. Tons of volume to her. She labors just a little bit more off of her front end. Like to put a little more foot size underneath of her, but everything fits good on this heifer, you know, in terms of production. The way her rib is, I see her as being an easy fleshing heifer. She's got some pin width, just a very high quality type of female. And I think she's just enough more appropriate up through that shoulder to get over this heifer here in fourth. Really a long, extended heifer here. Got a tremendous amount of growth, power, muscle, and bone. I'd just like to smooth the construction of this female up, primarily up through her shoulder, but a really, really good kind of a heifer. And I think she's just so much more pulled apart than her rib and her stifle and her hip in this heifer that follows her. I like a lot of things about this heifer because her pieces are really good. She's a little bit more concaved in that forerib, and for, I guess, a heifer that's maybe a little bit flatter compared to some of them up in front of her and a little bit more base narrow, she probably needs to be more limber getting around too, but a really good heifer. She's a big outline heifer that's got a lot of good in her. Really a flashy designed heifer that I love the cosmetics on. Up through her front end, those goggle eyes, and how dark red she is. She doesn't have enough down low for me. She needs more base width, needs to get a little better off those hind legs. Really sharp fronted, extremely deep bodied, long and level up high. The heifer that concludes the class is really a Cowie made little female, lots of shape, really easy fleshing. Just like to freshen her up a little bit at this stage of the game.
And in your second division of Polled Spring Heifer Calves, your results from Class 9. Congratulations. First place goes to back number 646, WSCC VH Breathless 13K ET, owned by Quentin and Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky, bred by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place, back number 648, bred and owned by Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 651, George Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 643, Mark Lofton of Wesson, Wesson, Missouri. Fifth place, back number 649, owned by Grimmel Girl Show Cattle of Jarrettsville, Maryland, and Abbey Hill Farm of Richmond, Ontario. Sixth place, back number 650, Silvera Brothers of Fireball, California. And seventh place, entry 644, owned by Natalie of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Up next, we have Class 10, Polled Spring Heifer Calves.
Another interesting class of April heifers, to say the least. Some definite differences in type and kind in the top 5 or 6. But pair of heifers that kind of come to the top for us, I think, are heifers that are going to fit where we want to find them in terms of overall weight per day of age and overall frame score and overall base width. And females that look like females are structurally sound enough. Where I'd like to change the first heifer in the lineup is just see her handle that hind leg with a little more flexibility, especially into her hock and down to her rear pastern. But you get her stopped and get her head up. I really like this one quite a bit in terms of base width, in terms of curvature through her rib cage. She's still super attractive up front. If she could just push off that hind leg with a little more cushion, I think this one could be really, really good. The heifer in 2, we moved up. I'll be the first to say she gets a little more chest floor in her, but you analyze her and look at her behind that. You look at her quality, her structure, her flexibility, her cleanliness of joints, her foot size. This one just has to come up into the second position where she goes today. The heifer in 3 is one that's very complete. Maybe not as stout through her jawline, maybe not as stout through her chest floor as some of the heifers in front of her, but still super long, super attractive, exceptionally long top and spine. Just need to see a little more softness built into this one. The next heifer back I like exceptionally well. She gets a little bit hockey, especially on the legs, standing right close to me. They've done a nice job hiding it. She gets also just a little roundy out of her rear leg off both outside toes, but a nice individual in that 4th position. The 2 biggest, stoutest heifers come next. They're the ones that have got more volume and they got more pounds. I don't know that and when it's all said and done, I'm going to want to find a pair of April heifers quite this heavy at this stage in the game, but both of them have a lot to offer in terms of cow potential and power. Both of them super deep ribbed, super massive. For me, I just like to tone them down ever so slightly. Next heifer out, just a little more perpendicular, a little more restricted on both ends, doesn't handle herself with as much flexibility. A pair of nice heifers to finalize the drive, just a little behind at this stage in the game.
Well, congratulations in Class 8H. This is your final class before Division 2. First place exhibited by Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois, with DDA Northern Miss 2211. Second place in that class exhibited by Sydney Pearl Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma, bred by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 2724. Third place exhibited by Ty Column of Perkins, Oklahoma, with TRE 78, Proven Queen K37. Fourth place was exhibited by Cora Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Austin Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Sixth place exhibited by Sydney Rylersdam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. Seventh place in that class exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hanford, California. Eighth place went to Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. And ninth place, and congratulations, goes to Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. We're now bringing those firsts and seconds, and our judges will select their Division II champion reserve.
Practical, best balance heifer is going to win the class, and I really admire her for her freshness as well. She's wanting to fight him, being the first heifer in up here. I think there's just a tremendous amount of good in this heifer. I think there's a lot of future. She's so elevated up through that front end and lays in neat at the top of her shoulder and the point of her shoulder. She's perfect in terms of the depth of her rib. Maybe a little bit higher flank, maybe. But she's level out from her hooks to her pins, gets around the ring, is comfortable, primarily out of her front end as these top three heifers. This heifer here I really like. I like the baby calf look to her. I like the freshness. I like how everything fits relative to her frame size. when she moves, she looks a little low-fronted to me, and I think we're splitting hairs because these are two really good heifers on the top end. With that, she's got some shape, she's got some pin width, love the angles on her structure, on her knee and her hock, and I think she has a big advantage of that compared to this heifer here in third. This heifer too is just a little bit low-fronted, but when you get her going, I think she labors quite a bit out of her front end for this stage of the game. A lot of heifer here, really long and extended. Tremendous amount of performance in this heifer. Love her hind leg and shape. The top of this heifer I like a whole lot behind her shoulder. I think she's got some really good pieces. Just like to see her more free and easy out of her front end today. The heifer that follows her is an extremely capacious female. She's got a lot of depth of body relative to her size. She's a brood cow. She's got some good to her. She's got some bone to her. She doesn't class up and fit together as good as the heifers ahead of her. She's just enough more powerful, though, to get over this freckle-faced heifer. This female's really good in her lines, exceptionally correct in her lines, good on her feet and legs. She just needs more power throughout. She needs pulled apart in her rib, needs thickened up in her pin sets, and just power her up a little bit. But I love the outline of that heifer. The heifer that concludes the class is extremely feminine. She's really long up through that neck. She's a little bit more raw design, a little bit more raw in her bone construction, but I think that's a good heifer with a lot of future, and she'll do nothing but get better as time goes.
Let's show our approval of these exhibitors in this late junior division, heifer calf division. Nice set of heifers. Not going to spend a lot of time. We've talked about them earlier in class. There's probably a heifer in here that dominates this division as far as I'm concerned, a heifer that's base wide. She's got some dimension. Maybe you look at number-wise, you'd like to see a little bit more Kevingese in this one, but I think we've also Kevingesed this breed to death in certain terms. But if you want to raise some big old powerful bulls out of one, I think she can do that too. Our division champion is going to be the young man in the middle right here out of Class 2 within this division. Congratulations. I think the decision-making process for Dave and I gets definitely a little closer on the heifers that remain. I think the two heifers in contention are the heifers on both ends. I think both of these heifers complement the heifer we used. I'm thinking the heifer that was out of the first class perhaps is a little more structurally sound, especially out of her rear leg, perhaps a little bit more base wide with a little wider pin. She's not as attractive through her shoulder and her front 1/3, perhaps just a little more bulk and mass into her forerib as you compare to the heifer in front of us. I really like this heifer in front of us. I think she's got a world of future ahead of her, but today I'm going to step forward and use the winner out of Class 1 for Reserve Division. Congratulations.
And your results back over here in the Hereford ring from Class 10 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 654. Exhibited by Thomas Cade Boatman and Taylor Kendall Boatman of Rockford, Illinois. Perks SJFG Teeter 2033, bred by Perks Ranch of Rockford, Illinois. Second place goes to back number 656, Bar C Classy Callista 244, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, bred by Bar C Livestock of El Campo, Texas. Third place, back number 666, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregonia, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 662, exhibited by Wyatt and Quade McIntyre of Leedy, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 665, exhibited by Leighton Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma. And sixth place, back number 655, Haley Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri. At this time, we have Class 11, Polled Spring Heifer Calves in the ring. This will be the last class before we select our champion and reserve Division II Spring Heifer Calf.
Well, back over in the Angus ring, results from your second division here in our Junior Heifer Calves divisions. Your champion, and congratulations, will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with BFBC2 Birdie 1822, bred by Calder Cunningham of Darlington, Indiana. And reserve champion in Division II, coming out of Class 6H, bred known by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska, KLM Sandy 2282. We'll now look to see your next class in our Angus ring. This will be Class 9H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, for those of you that are just now joining us, we would like to make a few introductions. First, we'd like to thank our judge, Jason Hoffman of Hoffman Ranch from Thedford, Nebraska. We've also got two ladies that are helping us here in the ring today. We have your National Hereford Queen, Madison Katzenberger of Wisconsin. And we also have your Oklahoma Princess, Jolie Prentice. So once again, thank you, ladies, and thank you, Jason Hoffman, for all your help today.
We're going to start with a heifer calf over here that just gets around the ring so comfortable. Looks so natural on this heifer. Love her on her feet and legs and her design and how she is up through that neck. Plenty of rib. I like her in terms of her condition. You get behind her, there's some pin width there. That's a very good kind of a heifer, and she does it just effortlessly, especially compared to these two heifers behind her. This heifer is just a little bit lower fronted. And she labors just a little bit out of it for this stage of the game, but it's still somewhat of an advantage over this heifer in third. But she really fits together. The back 2/3 of her body, I think, are about ideal. She's very ample in terms of her rib shape. Got a nice hair coat on her, too, but goes good back through her hip. She's got some muscle to her, dang sure got some bone. Just like to pick her up a little bit off of her front end. The heifer here in third, a big, powerful heifer, big boned. Just a lot to this heifer. Like to make her more comfortable, maybe just tone her down throughout just a little bit, but this is a really good heifer, packed full of product and just mass. The heifer here that follows her is a real typey female in terms of making a cow. Like her outline, she doesn't just stand out anywhere, but she's kind of a fault-free heifer relative to her size. Just needs to be a little bit more of her in places, but I love how she is over her spine. She's a very efficient made female that's good back through her hip as well. Heifer that follows her just struggles a little bit more when you get her to go primarily off of her hind legs, but this is a heifer that's got some good to her. She's an efficient made little female. You know, this type of female you can see starting their estrus cycle early because she's just so efficient looking, and she's really laid in neat at the point of that shoulder. I like a lot of things about her, just like to relax her when she goes, but she's enough more comfortable in her spine over the heifer that follows her. I think she has to be up there. This heifer's a little bit thicker naveled, wants to break in her loin just a little bit as well. Heifer concludes the class really feminine up through that front end. She too is a long spine heifer, wants to throw those front legs kind of away from her as she goes. I'd like to correct her there, but a nice, nice class.
And your results from Class 11 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 678, BKCMCC Kalamazoo, 245K ET, owned by Moore Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 677, Purple HB Harlow, 26K ET, exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois, bred by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Tulane, Illinois. Third place, entry 683, exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne. Third place goes to back number 682, exhibited by Holden Reeder of Seguin, Texas. Fourth place goes to 683, exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. 5th place, back number 674, Lorenzen Farms of Chrisman, Illinois. 6th place, entry 673, Maya Bevan of Platteville, Wisconsin. 7th place, entry 675, exhibited by Wyatt Weber, Cooper Bishop, and Madeline Weber of Wamego, Kansas. This time we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your polled champion and reserve Division II spring heifer calf.
Some variation in these females when we get them back out here, but I think in terms of quality, I think they all won their classes comfortably. Really, really great females. Like so many things about a lot of them, but the most complete and just the one that suits me the best is the one out of this last class right here. Like I say, she just does everything so effortlessly. Gets around good, holds herself together good. Just a really good kind of a female. Our reserve heifer is giving him a little bit of a struggle, but I love the future of this dark red heifer right here out of the 2nd class, young man. You'll be reserve division.
And congratulations. Your champion polled spring heifer calf from Division II goes to entry 678, BKCMC Kalamazoo 245 KET, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma, owned by Moore Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma. And your reserve champion out of that division goes to back number 654, Perks SJ FG Teeter 2033, bred by Perks Ranch of Rockford, Illinois, owned by Thomas Boatman and Taylor Boatman of Rockford, Illinois.
Super nice pair of heifers on the top end of this class, late Marches. I think both of these heifers are just tremendous in their type and kind and quality. You can get real excited about the Angus heifer business when you've got one this good and can get two of them together that you visualize and see and want to pick apart a little bit. I like both of these heifers tremendously well. The heifer we've decided to use, I think, just more overall look to this heifer. I think she's just a little more extended in the top of her spine, a little more extended from the point of the shoulder forward. I think she's adequate in terms of muscle depth and rib depth. I think she is really attractive when we put her in motion. She just has a really flexible spine, a nice, neat head, attractive all the way through from front to rear, and a good foot underneath her. Just a pretty neat way to start the class with some flexibility and ability to bend her knee and grab some ground. The heifer in 2 I really love for a cow prospect. I just love this heifer in terms of how soft she is through her midsection, the squareness of hip, the type and kind she is. She, you know, the frosted ears get a little bit off balance up through her head and neck and throw her off that a little bit for me. She is base wide, she's chest floor wide with a bunch of internal dimension. The heifer in 3 is one when you get her stopped, you just love her. I really like this one back through her hip structure, hip design, and rear leg. A little more upright, a little more perpendicular out of her shoulder as she compared to the previous 2, but still, I really love this one for cow potential. I think she's true in her foot. I think she's got a big, stout belly to her, a lot of midsection in this heifer with a world of future. one of the tremendously long-spined heifers comes in 4. For me, she doesn't balance up quite as well as the heifers in front of her. I'd like to see her a little deeper in her kind and softer in her kind, especially her rear rib. But I love the cow potential of this female, the cleanliness of joints, just the cleanliness and appeal and presence of the heifer in the show ring. The next heifer back, a little more tubular, definitely a little more greener in her kind. The young lady does a nice job of getting one that doesn't really want to get shown very well today, but a heifer that's got some length of spine. Her best days are yet to come. Next pair of heifers back, just heifers that lack a little bit of the overall quality and balance of the other heifers, heifers that just have some minute structural difficulties, especially the back two in this class. Nice class of females.
Well, congratulations over in the Angus ring. Results out of Class 9H. First place went to FCF, Musgrave Proven Queen, 228, exhibited by Alexia Stevens of Allendale, Illinois, and bred by Tyler Musgrave of Willow Hill, Illinois. Second place in that class was exhibited by Olivia Gerloff of Bland, Missouri, with Mercy Lane Sandy, 521. Third place in that class, exhibited by Ella Marie Jordan of Savannah, Missouri. Fourth place, exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Satch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Sixth place in Class 9H, exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. Seventh place will go to Brant Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. And eighth place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Allison Mayhem of Plainfield, Iowa. We'll now look to see Class 10H here in your Angus ring.
Big, powerful heifers over here on the Hereford side. The heifer that wins the class just ties herself together better up through the angulation of that shoulder. Neck set, I think she's better probably in her forerib, and she gets around off of her hind leg better. I will say the second place heifer takes a long old stride out of her front when she goes. She just doesn't blend together as good as our class winner. Not quite as classy, but man, what a wide-made, old rugged old heifer here. Lots of shape to her and a lot of good to her, and just prefer the balance and how this heifer goes off of both ends more that wins the class. The heifer here in third, I like a lot of things about too. Ultra feminine up through the top of that neck and comes out of her shoulder really nice, ample in terms of her rib. She's a long spined heifer, just not as massive as the heifers ahead of her. The heifer that concludes the class just needs a little bit more time because, young lady, their lines are really there. She's ultra feminine. She handles herself good. You've done a good job sticking with her. Just needs to power up a little bit.
And over here in the Hereford ring, we've got your results from Class 12 Horn Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to back number 518, KLD, Toyger 1KET, owned by Hadley Dunclaw of Wayne, Nebraska, bred by Kyle Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. Second place goes to back number 520, BK Keevan Time, 257KET, owned by Brazos, Taos, and Rietta Heck of Fitzhugh, Oklahoma, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 516, Carly Thomas of Purcell, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 521, Brooke Bain of Lawton, Oklahoma. At this time, we have Class 13 Horn Junior Heifer Calves in the ring.
Well, sorry for the delay. This class gives me some fits. This heifer's plenty for me. There's a lot of heifer here, but I think when you just stop and analyze her, I think she's as sound as any heifer in the class. She's got as much base width, presentation, the way she's clipped, and how clean she is, and how bright her whites are. I mean, it's phenomenal. This heifer, there's a lot of heifer here. She's on the big side for me. But I think there's so much good in her. She's a clean jointed heifer for as big and as heavy as she is. Gets around the ring as comfortable as any two, and she's just bigger footed than this heifer here in second. This heifer here is pretty darn classy. Really good up through that neck and very ample in terms of her rib. I'd like to, like I say, put a bigger foot underneath of her, and I think it'd make her more comfortable as she goes. But I think she's got a lot of outstanding pieces. Really thick that heifer is, and she's good in her stifle and back through her pins. Just enough more elegant up through that front third to get over this ring-eyed heifer here. This heifer's a little bit deeper necked. Doesn't have the style or the balance of those heifers. She's an efficient, very made female. Probably tone her down just a little bit in terms of composition. Heifer, it concludes the class, is extremely flashy. Really flashy from the side. She's a little too narrow constructed for me to get any higher, but I think she's a heifer that's got a lot of good in her. 4 really good heifers. They all differ in type and kind.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 13 Horn Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 522 KLL TR111F Candy 10KET. Owned by Madeline Grace Thompson of Amity, Missouri, bred by Kyle Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. Second place, back number 528, BK Cool Shades, 246 ET, exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 526, Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 531, Marilyn Pakey of Mino, Oklahoma. At this time, we will select your champion and reserve Horn Junior Heifer Calf.
Super nice 3 heifers up the top end of this class. The pair on top, a little different in their type and kind. I'll be the first to say that. I think where they separate for me is just when we put them in motion and chest floor. I think that's the biggest difference in this pair of heifers. The heifer I'm going to start off the class with is just a little bit more attractive down through that lower chest floor to the front of that brisket. Just ties in a little nicer, neater from that chest floor back into her forerib and undercarriage. She does have perhaps the length of spine and the length of hip that the heifer standing right behind her. I don't think she's as big a footed as the heifer in 2, but you put her in motion, she really looks classy. She has a nice show heifer look each and every time you put your hands on her and get a look at her. She's base wide. She's got some curvature through her rib cage. Just a pretty nice female. I love the cow potential in this heifer in 2. I love her mid-rib back. Love that hind hip leg. Love her hip structure. Just where I would change this one is to tidy her up just ever so slightly down low in through that chest floor. Just a nice pair of heifers. The heifer in 3 probably doesn't balance up quite as well as the previous 2. You put her in motion. She's a little more restricted out of her shoulder, just doesn't have the flexibility out of her rear leg as we see her walk out today. The heifer in 4 is one that you really like her when you get her stopped. She gets a little more perpendicular on both ends when we put her in motion, a little lower in her heel, just doesn't push off that rear leg with the authority we'd like to ideally find. The next heifer back, really green, really fresh. Her better days are yet to come. I really like the extension of this female. Today, I'd just like to power her up a little bit through her forerib, see a little more rib dimension all the way through this one. Another nice big, long-spined heifer behind her, a little more tubular in her design, but still very fresh in her presentation. A nice cow prospect is the young lady right there. She's deep, she's stout, she's powerful from behind, base wide. She's got some width through her chest floor, a little rounder through her blade, not quite as attractive through her front 1/3. Next heifer back, a nice, attractive cow prospect. Gives up a little bit of base width, not quite as much muscle expression down low into her rear leg. Then we finalize the drive with 3 really nice cow prospects for these kids. Just need a little bit more time to go ahead and develop to their genetic potential.
Really a nice division when it shakes out over here, and for as big as these heifers are, they are super complete. But I'm going to use this heifer up here out of the first class. I like her angles. I like her length of body. She's exceptionally long hip, takes a long stride, really square out on the corners, love her feet. Just a very good kind of a heifer. And then for reserve, we'll go ahead and go with this heifer out of the last class. She just sticks out. She's so bright and well presented. What a neat heifer in so many different ways. Lays in good in a lot of places, really deep, really cowy. Probably doesn't have the length or the stifle, and the length of hip is our division winner. But 2 really, really nice heifers, followed by 2 really good seconds as well.
Well, back in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 10H. First place in that class will go to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with Conley Sandy 2746, bred by Conley Cattle of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches in Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 2717. Third place in that class went to Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. Fourth place, exhibited by Macy Bowling of Greencastle, Indiana. Fifth place will go to Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Sixth place, exhibited by Blake Freeman. Seventh place, and congratulations, goes to Harlow Gorman of Alton, Texas. Eighth place was exhibited by Jackson Dean McCurry of Colwich, Kansas. Ninth place in that class, congratulations, goes to Gavin Cole Layton of Edmond, Oklahoma. And 10th place in that class will go to Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Now coming over into Ring 1 is Class 11H. This will be your final class here in Division 3.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, your results from your champion junior heifer calf drive. Congratulations, your champion goes to entry 518, Hadley Dunclaw of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve champion horn junior heifer calf goes to entry 522, Madeline Grace Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Up next, we have Class 14, polled junior heifer calves.
Really good three heifers here. This trio of females, I think, is an excellent representation for the breed in terms of quality. The heifer that wins the class, she's got probably the most to her now, but I think she handles it extremely good too. Really sharp up through that front end. She's a deep middled female. It's very ample in terms of muscle when you get behind her. Extremely classy looking. I mean, a heifer you're just drawn to. Actually, probably got a little more condition on her than what you'd see from the outside. Like to clean her up on her underline just a little bit, but I think she's got enough more volume to go ahead and get over this heifer here in second today. This is a really good heifer. Maybe like to give her just a little bit more width, that chest floor. I love her youthfulness, and I love her head and how it's designed and the character this female has. I think both these heifers will really excel as they get older. I just love this heifer so much because she's such a baby calf. She looks very youthful and she's appropriate everywhere, balances out nice. Like to smooth her up through that tail head just a hair. She's sounder and just freer moving when we get out here in this heifer here in third. Freckle face is extremely cowy. She's really efficient. She's a deep-sided female. Like to make her more limber out of her front end.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results for Class 14 Polled Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 692, GSCC Thunderbird K06, owned by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas, bred by Grimmel Cattle Company of Manhattan, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 698, 6MC 561C, Melissa May 202 ET, owned by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas, bred by 6 Mile Creek LLC of Yukon, Oklahoma. And third place goes to back number 686, Connor Rhodes of Paris, Illinois. This time we have Class 15 Polled Junior Heifer Calves entering the ring.
I really admire the freshness to this heifer and the youthfulness and how she ties herself together. Really angular from her shoulder up to her jaw. Love how her rib blends together. She's perfect out through her hip. She's a wide pinned heifer that's just very, very good. Fundamentals are all there. I like this heifer here a whole lot. Maybe a little bit more stale than our class winner. I think there's some good in her. I'd like to tone her up just a little bit and freshen her up through that front end. Got to really admire the class and the levelness of design. She's a bold sprung female. It's deep sided and good back through her pins. The heifer here in third's a little bit more on the extreme side. She's really a long, extended, big boned heifer. I'd like to give her more base width, especially when you get behind this heifer. Really eye catching though. Her silhouette's awesome. And the top part of her body is her neck and the length of rib she's got and how long and level she is out through her hip. And I think she's just smoother made than this heifer here. This heifer's just labors a little bit more out of her front end. She's a little tighter in her forerib, wants to pick that tail head up when you go. But man, you talk about a heifer with some shape and some bone and some hip in her. This definitely her. Enough more class to get around this heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer wants to go over in her knee just a little bit, but she too is really long and extended. She's very feminine up through that front end, and relative to as green as she is, she's really got some muscle and some pin width in her too.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results for Class 15 Polled Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to back number 706, Wildcat Pristine 2605 ET, owned by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin, bred by Brady Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Second place, entry 702, PSC SCC Rose 2006 ET, exhibited by Coven Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma, bred by Perry Show Cattle of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 709, Lily Miles of Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth place, back number 702, Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. And fifth place, entry 707, Tegan Hames of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Up next, we have Class 16 Polled Junior Heifer Calves.
Super nice pair of heifer calves in this class. A little different in their type and kind. I really love the greenness and the freshness and the presentation of the heifer to lead off the class. I think where her advantage is rear leg and rear pastor, and I think she gets off with a little more push, a little more propulsion. She gives up a little bit of base width. She gives up a little bit of chest floor width compared to the heifer in 2. This is a really super pair of heifers, and we can talk them any way. Dave and I have cussed and discussed them either way, and this is the way we see them today. She's very fresh, very green in her presentation, doesn't have the bulk and the mass of the hip when you get right behind her. You look and project and see what she is on down the road. I think this one is going to be really, really nice. The heifer in 2 is one that is so highly presented, it's unbelievable. Not a hair out of place. Super stout, super base wide. If I would just change this one ever so slightly, it's how she handles that rear leg and rear pastor, and I'd just like to see her propel just ever so slightly with a little more freedom off that rear leg. The heifer in 3 is one that I think really looks a lot like the heifer that wins the class. She just gives up the bulk and the dimension and the mass to get any higher than the previous 2. I love this one from the side. Her best days are yet to come. The female in 4 is one you really like when you get her stopped. She's the deep-sided, really long spine heifer. I love the squareness of hip, the actual softness and cushion of that rear leg. When we put her in motion, she doesn't quite handle that front leg with the amount of authority and bend that knee and grab as much ground as the previous 3. The heifer behind her, one of the base wide, muscled up heifers, heifer that's thick and stout and solid, perhaps just needs to be stretched out a little bit from the point of the shoulder forward. Just give her a little bit more extension all the way through, but a nice, sound, solid female with good feet. The next heifer back, another one of those really green, fresh ones. She's going to be really attractive when it's all said and done. She just needs some more time to develop. She's the greenest, freshest heifer out here, and it'll be fun to watch her next summer. Another big-bodied heifer behind her gets a little tighter in her spine, a little more upright in her pin placement, jacks her tail head up just a little bit more when we put her in motion. But I love the depth of the base, the internal dimension and the curvature through that rib cage she possesses. Another heifer back gives up a little bit weight per day of age, but I like her type and kind. She's very green, very fresh. She's sound. Today she just gives up a little too much performance to compete with the heifers above them. Finalized with 4 heifers that are really nice for these projects for these young people. They just need a little bit more time.
Well, over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 11H. First place was exhibited by Charlie Gibson of Moreland, Indiana, with BCR Lucy K039. Second place in that class exhibited by Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana, and bred by Conley Cattle of Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Connolly Sandy 2300. Third place in that class, and congratulations to Emily Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa, with FCF Proven Queen 220, bred by Four Corners Farms in St. Francisville, Illinois. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fifth place exhibited by Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Sixth place went to Lauren Walter of Evanston, Illinois. Seventh place was exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California. Eighth place, and congratulations, exhibited by Sydney Rylersdam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. Ninth place in that class exhibited by Redlands Community College, El Reno, Oklahoma. 10th place exhibited by Kennedy Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. 11th also went to Kennedy Kirkpatrick, and 12th place in that class, congratulations to Cambry Palmer. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds over here in our Angus ring. Our judges will select their champion reserve, Division 3.
Really an interesting class over here, and I'm sorry for the confusion there, but wanted to sort it out and get it crystal clear in my mind, and this is how it has to be, because I think this heifer fundamentally has the most good. She's the most comfortable in her knee by a mile of these top 3. Probably the most laid back in her shoulder. She's an interesting heifer because for as big framed as she is, she's still kind of got that gangly calf act to her. When she puts herself in motion, it doesn't just tie together perfect. Maybe not even as good and as balanced in some ways in the back 2/3 of her body as number 2 and 3. This heifer's the biggest footed, and she's probably got the most chest floor. Not probably, she has the most chest floor of these 3. Although she could still have just a little bit more. and she ever so slightly wants to roll out on those hind feet. But I think this is a heifer in terms of production and performance. She has to win. She's the highest quality female in here. I like the young man's heifer a lot because of her class, and she's an eye-catching heifer. He does a great job showing her. I don't quite trust her up through her front third, primarily underneath. She's a little bit more narrow-chested. I'm not saying she'll ever go over in her knee, but she's a little bit straighter in her knee than this heifer that wins the class, and that's a determining factor when it comes down to structure. The longer they were out here and the longer we were waiting, they really sorted themselves out as well. The heifer here in third really does that. She won't get comfortable up there on those front two. She wants to splay them out. She's a more narrow-chested heifer. She's more narrow constructed throughout than the top two, but gosh dang, this heifer's presented nice. Just drawn to her. You know, like I said earlier, it's the little things that make big differences out here at first appearance. This heifer's so clean. Her white stand out so much. Her hair looks awesome. Presentation's beautiful. She's eye-catching. She needs to be wider constructed. The heifer that follows her is. This heifer just gets a little bit lower fronted. She gets a little bit coarser up in that shoulder. Doesn't want to carry herself as elevated up through that front end as I'd like, and she also wants to pick her hip up a little bit. If she was taller fronted, I think it'd put everything else back in line. Another heifer that's probably a little too straight in that front end, and she's a little rounder bone female, like to stouten up just a little bit. She's just a little tighter and more stale in her kind. She's a bold sprung female that's really big hipped. The heifer that follows her, I sure like on the standstill a whole lot. It surprises me this heifer moves as straight as she does out of her front end because you really can't read it when she's over there standing still, but she does. The heifer needs to be wider chested. She really wants to labor up through that front third, like to pull her apart underneath. Really a stout female follows her, huge footed. She's just constructed too raw and coarse up through that front shoulder. She gets a little low fronted. I'd just sure like to see more longevity in the structure of that female. Heifer, it concludes the class. Just doesn't have the type and design of a lot of these heifers. She's a narrower constructed female, but I will say she's exceptionally long bodied and square hipped.
Just a super attractive division of March Angus females. It's been a fun division for Dave and I to evaluate. I think there's 6 heifers out here vying for this championship lineup that are just super good. They're cattle that we're going to find hopefully later in the day that are base wide. They're structurally sound. They look like females. They're moderate in their frame score. They've got some bulk and dimension all the way through them. They're just some really, really good females within the division. I think there's a pair that we argued and cussed quite a bit about that won our last class, first and second. They're going to be our division champions today. Congratulations.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 16, Polled Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 722, PSC SCC Roush 2002 ET, owned by Blake and Bryce Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin, bred by Allie Schrammel of Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place, back number 714, Dietzman Kiss to Remember, 6K ET, exhibited by Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana, bred by Colin Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Third place, back number 718, Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Fourth place, entry 727, GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Fifth place, entry 720, owned by Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Sixth place, back number 723, Brenna Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Seventh place, entry 710, Bryce Hendricks of Troy, Alabama. And eighth place, back number 713, Maya Bevan of Platteville, Wisconsin. At this time, we have Class 17, Polled Junior Heifer Calves in the ring. And this is the last class before we select your champion and reserve Polled Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, back over in the Angus ring, a big congratulations in your Junior Heifer Calf Division 3 champion will go to Charlie Gibson of Moreland, Indiana, with BCR Lucy K039. And reserve champion in Division 3 will go to Mercedes Faris, Sullivan, Indiana, with Connolly Sandy 2300, bred by Conley Cattle of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Now entering ring 1 is Class 12H here in your next division of our Open Angus show.
Love the outline of this heifer here. Boy, she carries her neck so flawless when you get her on the move. I love the feet underneath this heifer. She's got a big old round foot. I think she's an excellent combination of class, future, and broodiness. This heifer's pretty awesome, and it's just nice to see one this fresh, this powerful. The heifer here in second I like a whole lot too. She stands out. Presentation-wise, she's fit to the T. This heifer just a little too straight and coarse and round her up through that shoulder. A little more one-dimensional in her underline. Doesn't have that sweep or volume of our class winner. Heifer here in third's just a little bit more petite. Doesn't have the mass or the volume or probably the punch of the two in front of her. I love watching this little girl show. She is tough. That heifer's got a lot of good to her. Like to give her a shot more bone and more mass. She's so much more correct, though, out of her shoulder than this yellow heifer here. This heifer's constructed probably not quite 100% up in the front end, and she kind of wants to push over just a little bit, but I love the back 2/3 of that heifer. Volume and hip are very, very just powerful. I mean, it's you're drawn to it because there are some really good pieces in that heifer. This heifer here is probably a little too petite as well. I'd like to put more bone underneath this female, a little more foundation. Class-wise, she's got it. Outline-wise, she's got it. That's a very nice heifer. She's deep and cowy enough to go ahead and get over this heifer. I think this heifer will get really, really good as time goes. She's just a little bit more frail design, a little bit flatter sided. Young man's heifer here, really deep, a big boned heifer. She's just getting a little bit stale and probably needs backed up in terms of condition. She's a well-presented heifer. Like to tone her up a little bit and give her more true muscle design. The heifer that follows her is a little more shallow. She's a long extended heifer, got a big old foot underneath of her, got some shape to her too, as green as she is. The heifer that concludes the class, another really feminine heifer that's good in her lines. Just like to power her up a little bit and give her some more chest floor.
Really nice pair of heifers on the top of this class, but there's a heifer that climbs to the top fairly handily for me. She hit me hard when she came in the ring. Just her ability to move and glide and bend her knee and grab some ground and push off that rear leg, yet still be so nice and attractive through her front 1/3, so chiseled in her features, so elegant in her type and kind, soft enough, wide enough, just a really good individual to start. The heifer in 2 is one that not quite as complete from front to rear, a little softer right behind the top of the spine compared to the heifer that precedes her, but I think she has the advantage over the next heifer in just true balance. I think that she balances up nicer from front to rear. I think she's a little more powerful through her forerib, maybe just a little neater and nicer and more attractive underneath. The heifer in 3 is one that her best days are yet to come. She grows into that belly and kind of powers up a little bit through her chest floor and base width. She's very, very fresh, very nicely presented. Here's one that just doesn't transition as well from her shoulder to her forerib and then explodes with a big rib cage. I just like to maybe tone that rib cage down ever so slightly just to give her a little more balance from front to rear. The next heifer back, I love her when we get her stopped. She's really square, she's moderate, she's super long-sided, long-topped. When we put her in motion is where she disappoints you ever so slightly. She's just a little more restricted out of her front leg, just doesn't have that flexibility of her hind leg. Another big cow prospect comes in next, a little tighter in her loin, a little more jacked up in her tail head, but a big-bodied, very useful type of female to make an excellent cow out of. The next heifer back, again, one of those cowy, broody type females, just a little bit more depth of chest floor, a little more jiggle through her jawline. We just like to see her a little more appealing and nice up front. Pair of heifers, they come next, just a little green, a little fresh in their presentation to compete with the heifers above them.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 17, Polled Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations, first place goes to entry 735, Stag Pearl 9KET, exhibited by Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri, bred by Tucker Stagemeyer of Page, Nebraska. Second place, back number 732, KJBJ 760G Harley K66ET, exhibited by Curry Herefords of McAllister, Oklahoma, bred by Brady Robert Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Third place, back number 857, Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 728, Macy and Cooper Curry of Okemah, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 737, Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. 6th place, entry 734, Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma. 7th place, entry 733, Wyatt and Quade McIntyre of Leedy, Oklahoma. 8th place, back number 589, Gray Horse Busy Revving It Up, owned by Tegan Hames of Tuttle, Oklahoma. And 9th place, entry 731, Emma Bishop of Rockwall, Texas. At this time, we will select your champion and reserved polled junior heifer calf.
Well, back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 12H. First place and congratulations go to Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Selton Rest Sandy 2030, bred by Selton Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan. Second place in that class exhibited by Kelly Spicer of Mount Airy, Maryland. Third place and congratulations go to Lane Toledo with Silveris Forever Lady 2024. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fifth place went to Jackson Dean McCurry of Colwich, Kansas. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Bracy Leanne Cagle. Seventh place exhibited by Shelby Phillips. Eighth place in that class will go to Gillespie Angus Ranch in Leedy, Oklahoma.
Really, the way this division shakes out, it's pretty awesome. Just 4 outstanding individuals with some really, really close seconds. I like a lot of things about these heifers. They actually match up pretty darn good, but relative to their class, they had the most good. They had the most fundamentals to them, and I think they just balance out the best. But the heifer that wins the division, I think, does so rather handily. It'll be the heifer out of the last class there. Young lady on the end, just a phenomenal heifer. You know, I like a heifer if they're this size, when they're this lean, they're that true in the depth of their rib, and they're that good when you get behind them. Just really a flawless type of heifer. The gets a little bit closer for reserve, but I think a heifer that matches her well is this heifer right here out of the second class. I like a lot of things about this heifer. When you get up on top of that heifer too, really has some dimension too. Just a really neat, elegant made female.
And congratulations, your polled champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 735, Stag Pearl 9KET, owned by Bo Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri, bred by Tucker Stagemeyer of Page, Nebraska. And your polled reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 706, Wildcat Pristine 2605 ET, owned by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin, bred by Brady Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin.
Well, back in the Hereford ring, we are about ready to get started with Class 18. These will be Horn Senior heifer calves born November 12th through December 28th of 2021.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, we now have Class 18 Horn Senior heifer calves.
Three really nice heifers, five really nice heifers on the top end of this class. I think the heifer Dave and I chose to use is just the most complete female of the group. I think she's the most fault-free. Is she the widest? No. Is she the stoutest? No. Is she the best one? Yeah, I think we need to agree that she probably is. I just love this one in terms of structure and structural integrity, the ability for her to bend her knee, the way it's laid back into that skeletal system and design, her rear leg, she can push off of it with some power and some flex. She can really almost overreach herself when we put her in motion. Just a lovely design female that would make an excellent cow. 2 and 3 are closer for me. 2, I love this female when we get her stopped. She's powerfully designed. She's got some middle. She's got some width of base. She has the advantage over the heifer in 3, just how she handles her spine. I think she's just a little bit higher in her loin and how it attaches back into her hip placement. Where this one disappoints me is when we put her in motion. She's just a little more restricted, doesn't move as well on either end as the heifers on either side of her. A nicely presented heifer is the heifer we have in 3. I mean, every now and then you'll catch her and she'll get a good look right here like she gives you. And then every now and again, she'll get a little more jacked up in her tail head and a little tighter in her spine. And that's where I would like to change this one. But I love her foot size, her bone size. I think her better days are yet to come. We go ahead and get this one bred and watch her as a bred on down the line. Watch out, because here she comes. The heifer in 4 is one that's a little more refined from her hock down and her knee down in terms of bone circumference. She's also a little higher in her rear flank compared to some of the other heifers. I love her design through her shoulder and her front 1/3, her extension, her ability to move. Today, when you get off of her on the profile, she just gets a little bit shallow in that rear rib to get her any higher for me. Then we come into a heifer you love when you get her stopped. She's extended, she's square. You love the squareness of her all the way through. She disappoints me when we put her in motion. A little choppier in her step, just doesn't quite cover her track when we put her in motion. I love her foot size. I love the flexibility in this one. I just wish she would go ahead and reach with that rear leg. The next heifer back of the young lady is a super nice cow prospect. A little tighter in her heart, a little tighter and higher in her rear flank if you want to pick her apart. But you love her midsection. You love her squareness of hip and her design. The young lady's got a nice one on her hands. Next heifer back, a little more restricted movement and a little over the top, a little more perpendicular off her front end. If you would say, just has a little more terminal look for me. I'd like to kind of soften this one up ever so slightly. A nice pair of heifers to conclude the class, just heifers that are a little more restricted in movement.
A nice set of functional heifers with a heifer that really combines the function and show quality. high quality heifer, one of those that's pretty hard to walk away from because you want to keep looking at her. Balances out everywhere nice. Just a youthful appearing heifer that's very fresh in her condition. She's a wide-based heifer, long-bodied, but still got a lot of depth. You could go on and on about the heifer that good. The heifer here in second's extremely cowy. I love that about her. I love that middle in her. I like to clean her up through her dewlap and chest floor and brisket just a little bit, but she is a wide-based female. I can look at this type and use this type all day long, but the heifer that beats her is cowy too and got more look. The heifer here in third's more narrow constructed up through that front end. She's a narrower gauged heifer underneath. I'd like to pull her apart, really long and extended through that neck. She's a good spined heifer, just needs to have more shape to her throughout. The heifer that concludes the class is somewhat the same way. She's a little narrower constructed too, especially in her forerib and top. Like to pull her apart all the way back from her pins, but ultra level and really long bodied and easy to look at.
Well, congratulations in Class 13H over here in the Angus ring. First place will go to back number 10783, Salt Lucy 2101K. Owned by Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, and bred by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in that class was exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with Seldom Rest Sandy 2025, bred by Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan. Third place in that class, and congratulations, will go to Maple Crest Farms, Hillsboro, Ohio, and Circle M of Rockwall, Texas, with Maple Crest Phyllis 2006. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Sydney Pearl Johnson, Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois. Sixth place went to Josie Hopper of Maysville, Kentucky. Seventh place in that class exhibited by Landon Walker Marshall and Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class and congratulations goes to Logan Dale Suits. Ninth place exhibited by Kagan Maggette. Congratulations once again to the exhibitors in Class 13H. Currently in Ring 1, we have Class 14H.
Back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 18 Horned Senior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to back number 534, BACC Miss Spice, 178 ET, bred and owned by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Second place, entry 532, BNC Miss Option 1359J, exhibited by Jade Carson of Hamlin, Texas, bred by Austin Breeding of Miami, Texas. Third place, entry 535, Gentry Close of Grove, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 533, JC Dietrich of Troy, Alabama. Up next, we have Class 19 Horned Senior Heifer Calves. And also, for those of you that are just now joining us, we'd like to introduce to you our judge over here in the Hereford ring, Jason Hoffman, Hoffman Ranch of Thedford, Nebraska. And we'd also like to thank some ladies helping us here in the ring today. We have your National Hereford Queen, Madison Katzenberger from Wisconsin, and your Oklahoma Princess, Miss Jolie Prentice.
Really a nice class here again. Three heifers that are completely different in type and kind. The heifer that wins the class has to, just in terms of fundamental structure and foot size. I don't mean this negative. She's just more rugged too, and I don't think that's necessarily a good female term, but she is. She's stouter bone. She's got more forearm in her. She's bigger top. She's longer hip. But I think the biggest thing is just that length of stride. I love the size and the efficiency and the cowiness of this second place female here. I say I love the size. She's probably a bit on the small side. Biggest thing for me is I just like to see her more comfortable as she goes, and I think that could be improved with a bigger foot underneath of her. But she's so much more cowy and efficient in her midrib than this heifer here in third. Heifer's really long and extended, wants to fight the girl a little bit. I really admire the heifer for the length. Just wish she had some more capacity like the two ahead of her.
And here in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 19 Horned Senior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 538, BK Jet Mist, 1043 JET, owned by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 539, GKB 8123 Brooklyn, F071 1803, owned by Grady Kramer of Waxahachie, Texas, bred by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. And third place entry 536, CH Miss Avery 1102 ET, owned by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, bred by TG Cattle of Tuttle, Oklahoma. At this time, we have Class 20 Horn Senior Heifer calves in the ring.
Nice trio of heifers on the top end of this class. I think the most fault-free heifer, the one that combines the muscle and the shape and the dimension Dave and I are kind of looking for, is the heifer that wins the class, and I think she does so fairly handily. She hit us pretty hard when she came in. She's huge-footed. She's got some bone and some flexibility about her. You know, you'd like to tidy her up in her front 1/3, just see a little jiggle, less jiggle through that jawline. But she's also going to be one that's a little easier fleshing than the next two, just a little more durable when it's all said and done. So you pick the cow that's really pretty, or you pick the cow that's going to have some shelf life. This one's pretty good, going to have a cow with some shelf life. I love her depth and dimension and her openness to forerib. Just a pretty nice individual to start. 2 and 3 get a little closer for Dave and I. 2 is a little sounder and a little pushier off her rear leg. I think she handles that rear leg with a little more authority, as does the heifer in 3. She gives up a little bit of volume, a little bit of mass compared to the heifers on either side of her, but she is really green, really fresh. I think she's got a world of future ahead of her. The heifer in 3 is one we really like when we get her stopped. She just disappoints me ever so slightly when we put her in motion. She doesn't handle the rear leg with as much authority. I do love her through her midsection. I love her design up through her neck and shoulder and her head. She's super long topped and spined. Just a really nice individual if we could tweak that rear leg just ever so slightly. The next heifer round is really green, really fresh. If you look at her as she moves, she's a little more perpendicular on either end. Just doesn't have the reach and the flex off that rear leg we'd like to ideally find, and that's the reason she's in that position today. Finalize the drive with 1 or 2 that not quite as structurally sound, don't have the shelf life as some of the heifers higher in the class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Angus ring. Results of Class 14H. Your final class here before we select our Division 4 Champion Reserve. First place exhibited by Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa, with EXAR Frontier Gal 5072, bred by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois, with FCF Forever Lady 207, bred by Kara Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa. Third place in that class was exhibited by Evie Hennebree of Troy, Missouri, with Moffett Ellie 2202. Fourth place and congratulations went to Grant Z. Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Ben Selmeyer. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Cooper Allen Beaver. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in over here in Ring 1. Our judges will select their champion reserve out of your Junior Heifer Calf Division 4.
Really a nice class of heifers. They're all useful in one way or another. The powerful heifer wins the class. I love the presentation of this heifer. I love her midrib and I love her hip. She could probably be toned down in terms of her composition through her front shoulder, or I say front third, but more in her shoulder. She's just a little bit straighter design there, but it's not to a fault because there's so much power. She's so much more three-dimensional than the rest of the heifers in this class. More bone, more volume to her hip when you get behind her as well. I like the way this heifer goes here. She's maybe not as wide constructed as our class winner. She's got as much reach out of her front end or more. She just doesn't tie herself together. And with that, she's just not as bold everywhere. That's a really high capacity female that carries that width that she's got down low all the way through her lower 1/3. The heifer here in third is the one that catches you from the side. She's so neat up through that front end, and she's just rocket necked. She's too flat and narrow up through her chest for me. She's a deep-bodied heifer relative to her look. I like the way she carries her depth, and she balances out nicer than the heifer that concludes the class. That heifer's exceptionally long up over her spine. She's just rounder throughout, a little more tubular in her rib.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 20 Horn Senior Heifer Calves. Congratulations, entry 552. CD83 miles 1266 ET, bred and owned by Cruz Collier, Bruno, Idaho. Second place, back number 541, BF 308F Vivian, 1008 ET, owned by Joseph Shore of Oroville, California, bred by Bremley Farms of Orovilla, Nevada. Third place goes to back number 550, owned by Jetty Funderburg of Stephenville, Texas. And fourth place, back number 553, owned by Marilyn Pakey of Mino, Oklahoma. At this time, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your Horn, Champion, and Reserve Senior Heifer Calf.
Let's put our hands together and give this division of females a really nice round of applause. An excellent set. Again, as we look at these females, where we want to fall and where we want to try to find these cattle separate ever so slightly in just little picky items when you get to this point of quality and this point of the day. I mean, these heifers are really good. All 6 of them are super nice. I guess it comes down for Dave and I to the winner of Class 1 and the winner of Class 2 within this division. And I'll just talk about them a little bit and give you our opinion. The heifer that wins that first class is ever so complete. She is so neat and attractive through her front 1/3 and through that shoulder blade, and how she attaches back into that and up into her spine. And I think that's where she has the main advantage over the heifer that wins our second class. However, I love the cow potential and the softness of rib and just the cow look of the heifer that wins our second class. I like the base width of this one, how she looks up over her top. She doesn't tie in quite as well up through her shoulder and her front end as the heifer that precedes her in the lineup, but I really, really like this one in her own right. Dave will pick you a pair of champions. Let's see if these guys, a big round of applause. Nice set.
Here on the Hereford side, just the way these heifers lined out, it's incredible for not a huge division how many good options we have. But with that being said, we're getting into an age of heifer where I'm willing to take more power, and there is one that just outpowers everything right now, and that's that heifer out of the 3rd division. She'll be your champion. She's the biggest boned heifer. She's the boldest made heifer. She's the highest volume heifer. She's the highest WDA heifer. She's got a lot of function and cowiness to her as well. What a phenomenal heifer in this division. I really appreciate the youthfulness of this heifer. I'm going to make reserve. She's so fresh and well presented and balances out nice. Just not as much heifer or as power anywhere. But I think in terms of class and design, she has to be reserved. Young man right up here out of the first class. A really nice heifer.
Well, back over in the Angus ring, congratulations. Your champion out of Division 4 will come out of Class 12H. Exhibited by Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, Seldom Rest Sandy, 2030. Bred by Seldom Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan. Reserve champion in that division will go to Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky with Saul Lucy, 2101K. Bred by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. We'll now look to see Class 15 here in Ring 1.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, your Horn Champion Senior Heifer Calf goes to entry 552, CD83 miles 1266 CT, bred and owned by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho, out of Class 20. And your Reserve Champion Horn Senior Heifer Calf goes to entry 534, BACC Miss Spice 178 ET, bred and owned by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas, out of Class 18. At this time, we do have Class 21 polled senior heifer calves coming into the ring.
Heifer that wins here is really unique for a heifer to have that much volume. She's still got a tremendous amount of look, and I'd call her lean in her condition. I'd call her ideal in her condition. Good on her feet and legs, base width to her. Just a lot to this heifer, a lot of femininity. I really appreciate the rig she comes in. She's got better angles than the heifer here in second. This heifer's just a little bit rounder up there in that shoulder. The way she's constructed, doesn't want to get out and go. A little bit rounder behind. Probably doesn't have the bone of some of these heifers in here as well, but man, what a tremendous little female. Got some shape to her, a tremendous amount of shape, like the cosmetics on her as well. The heifer here in third, I like a lot of things about. She's a lot like our second place heifer. I'd like to give her more slope to that shoulder. Kind of wants to wing those front two out just a little bit. She's a little bit tighter spine as well. Like to freshen her up just a little bit. The heifer in third is a little more tubular in her design compared to the heifers ahead of her. Love her levelness of hip. Just like to put a little more mass in that female, as well as the heifer. It concludes the class. With that, she's a little bit straighter off both ends. Like to body her down, but like the way that heifer's marked, like the length of her top and how square she is back through her hip.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 21. polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations, first place goes to entry 748, TFR KR Mimosa Lady, 2153 ET, bred and owned by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 746, CH Miss Frizzy 1105, owned by Gage Kramer of Waxahachie, Texas, bred by Curry Herefords of McAllister, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 744, B&C Cattle Co. of Miami, Texas. Fourth place, entry 740, owned by Lauren Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. And fifth place, entry 739, owned by Carly, Katie, and Clayton Musser of Otterbein, Indiana. Up next, we have Class 22, polled senior heifer calves.
Well, I'm not a very good swimmer, and the water just got a little bit deeper in this class by far. So we really enjoy evaluating these top 3 or 4 heifers, and if you see them a little differently than we do, we can sure talk it that way. I think we brought our 2 soundest females to the top of this class. The one with the flexibility and the cushion and the one with the flex and softness out of both ends is the heifer I've gotten 2. We just feel she gives up a little bit of base width and dimension of hip to get her above the heifer that precedes her in this class. But I really like both of these heifers exceptionally well. The heifer that wins the class just impresses you with the robustness of rib and the rib cage and the dimension. Yet you can travel on either end of that and she doesn't disappoint you. She's base wide, she's flexible up front, she's really extended. I mean, she's a powerhouse. I mean, if you think she's getting a little up there, she might be, but she's so good-footed and solid and true. Yeah, I'd like to tone her down a little bit for me, personally, to make 100 of them. but this one's a pretty good individual. The heifer in 2 is one that I love her type and kind and her softness and flexibility. She's one, I think her better days are yet to come by far. I think we get a baby in this one and show everybody how big-centered she can be and how flexible she can be as a bred. This one's going to be a lot of fun to play with. I really like the true cow potential of this female. The heifer in 3 is one that Dave and I like exceptionally well. You get her stopped. She's got some belly, some dimension. Get behind her. She sure is wide-based. She's got some length at top. She's flat enough in her blade. Just a nice individual. For me and for Dave, she gets a little higher in her rear flank, a little more tight in her forerib compared to the previous 2, and that's why she finds the 3rd position. The heifer in 4 is one you really love when you get her stopped. She's a powerhouse, true muscle, true mass all the way through. When you do get her stopped, she'll want to get a little jacked up in her tail head, a little high in her pin, but she is one that's truly good and truly three-dimensional. A lot of rib, a lot of bone, a lot of mass all the way from front to rear. The next heifer back, a little more tubular, a little frailer in her makeup. The next heifer to conclude the class. Just one that doesn't quite have the quality of the previous ones, but she'll make a nice cow.
A lot of variation in this class here. The heifer that wins the class, though, is the combination heifer. Maybe not as big and massive as some we're going to see yet, but I think this heifer's awfully good quality-wise. She's a well-presented heifer that balances out nice. She's got ample rib to her. She's good when you get behind her. She's relative to her size. She's a big-footed female. I like her quite well. She just classes up a little bit more than our heifer here in second. Really a Cowie-made female. I like to tighten up a little bit, maybe through her throat, maybe give her more shape as much as anything when you get behind her. But I think this heifer's awfully good. The fundamentals are there. The structural width of base is there. Good foot quality, really high quality of a cow prospect there. Heifer here in third, just more narrow gauge than those 2 heifers in front of her. Love her profile. Love how she's laid in that shoulder, good through her spine and good back through her hip. I just like to pull her apart primarily underneath. The heifer, the dark red heifer here in fourth, I like a whole lot about. She's not as agile when you get her going. She didn't want to take as much length of that stride. Just a little bit straighter up in that shoulder as well. But she's got so much more shape and power to her than the heifer. It concludes the class. This is a nice heifer, though, in terms of length and foot size. A very fundamentally sound heifer. I'd like to give her just a little bit more shape underneath.
And over here in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 22 polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations to first place goes to entry 755. MC Joe Mama Thinks I'm Good, bred and owned by Madeline Brayman of Refugio, Texas. Second place goes to entry 751, BNC Miss Endure 1364JET, owned by Jade Carson of Hamlin, Texas, bred by Austin Breeding of Miami, Texas. Third place, entry 756, Riley Harris of Canton, Texas. Fourth place, back number 752, Abby Berkman of Miami, Texas. And fifth place, entry 753, bred and owned by Clayton Musser of Otterman, Indiana. At this time, we have Class 23 polled senior heifer calves.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 15H. First place will go to back number 10823, BC2 Henning Sandy 0122, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, and bred by Calder Cunningham of Darlington, Indiana. Second place in that class was exhibited by Macy Bowling of Greencastle, Indiana, with WB Princess 206, bred by Ward Brothers Livestock, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Third place in that class exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, with Core Annie Lou 24K 230K, bred by Kennedy Core of Pleasantville, Iowa. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Grayson Koning of Rock Valley, Iowa. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Ryan and Bridget Van Zee of Sioux Center, Iowa. Now in ring one, we have Class 16 here in Division 5.
A neat heifer here to start. I think out of these top three, she's the most correct in the way her shoulder lays into her. With that, she's still got some base width. I like this heifer a whole lot. She's a little loud mark, but it's dang sure gets your attention. So correct in her lines, flawless in her underline. She's a heifer that's adequate in terms of width. I think this is a very, very high quality individual. The heifer here in second I like a whole lot about too. She's actually a little bit straighter than what you'd think for how correct she is when she moves. Like to rock her back in her shoulder just a little bit and maybe give her just a little bit more chest floor, but it got as much spring to her rib and as much shape as anything in the class. The heifer here in third somewhat the same way. If I could change the direction of that shoulder, I think she could win the class because the back 2/3 of this heifer I love. Love how straight she is in her top line, how good she is back through her hip. Getting a little bit stale on the young lady as well, but she's really a wide pinned heifer that's wide tracking. The heifer that follows her here is just a little bit lower fronted. She's a little bit tighter in that shoulder. Like to give her some more angulation there, but I think she's a heifer relative to her size. Has got a lot of rib to her and a lot of natural muscling. The heifer here that follows her is just a little bit straighter. She gets a little more timid when you get her going. She won't quite fill her track, but she's a heifer the presence is good on. The top 2/3 of this heifer I like a whole lot. Heifer that concludes the class is extremely long as any heifer in here. She's really a long-bodied heifer, and she's good out through her hip. She doesn't balance out quite as nice, nor is she as fresh as some of the heifers ahead of her, but a high-quality breeding piece.
Again, a unique set of heifers on the top end of this class. 3 heifers that are 3 different types and kinds. What Dave and I thought was the best combination heifer and the heifer with the fewest amount of faults is young lady's heifer that wins the class. For us, she's a little moderate. She's probably one of the lighter, if not the lightest heifer in the class, weight per day of age-wise. But you look at her and you look at her joints and her knee and her flexibility, she can still get out and move. She's very, very complete from front to rear. If I could stretch her out, pull her apart a little bit, this is one I could like exceptionally a lot. She's got some belly. She transitions from that shoulder back to her forerib. You don't get disappointed when you get behind her in terms of base width. But I think where she has the advantage over the heifer in 2 is just the front 1/3. I think up through that jawline, down through her sternum, down through her lower 1/3 is where she has the advantage. I love the growth, the extension, the length of top, the cow potential of the heifer in 2. She's kind of got one of those heads only her mother could love at certain times, but she's still one that has such a big foot, such a big stride. She is definitely deserving of the second position. Then we come into a heifer that we really like in terms of side view. She disappoints you a little bit in terms of muscle mass and base width when you get behind her, but she is flexible enough. But I love the cow potential of this heifer in terms of curvature through her rib cage and internal dimension. This one's really packed full of 3D, and she'll make an exceptional cow. The next heifer back is one that you love when you get her stopped. She disappoints you a little bit, a little more rigid in her pasture and a little more rigid in her hock when we put her in motion, and that's why we moved her down to this position. But I do love her base width, her internal dimension, and she's got some real muscle built into a nice skeletal size. Here's a female next, is a little longer, a little bigger. She's also a little bit more committee kind of heifer. She's a little bolder through her shoulder, a little more jacked up into her hip. She runs downhill just ever so slightly, but I love the softness of this one, the cow potential she possesses. She's base wide with some chest floor in her. She's still going to have some form and function all the way through. The young man next is one that's very complete. She just gets kind of out-horsed today. I mean, the weight per day of age on some of the heifers right above her, she just gets outperformed. But she's truly good. She's sound. She'll make an exceptional cow. The next 3 or 4 heifers, again, they're nice cow prospects for these young people, and they're going to advance in the Junior Angus Association in that program. With these heifers, today they just aren't as high in quality to compete as well.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 23 polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 762, BACC 629, Georgia K, 160 ET. Owned by Caroline Munson of Shallowater, Texas. Bred by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Second place goes to entry 759, BACC 629, Georgia K, 165 ET. Owned by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, bred by Landry Allen of Nocona, Texas. Third place, back number 758, Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 764, Cayenne Eck of Putnam, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 766, Glennies McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. And sixth place, entry 767, owned by Haley Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri. Up next, we have Class 24, Polled Senior Heifer Calves. This will be the last class before we select your Polled Champion and Reserve Senior Heifer Calf.
Well, congratulations back in the Angus ring. Results out of Class 16H, first place, and congratulations to Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri, with EXAR Frontier Gal 2631, bred by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place, exhibited by Express Angus Ranches and Spruce Mountain Ranch LLC, with EXAR Princess 5052. Third place in that class will go to Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee, with PVF Proven Queen 2206. Fourth place, exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, with Connolly Sandy 2157. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 2635. Sixth place was exhibited by Thomas Edward Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri, with EXAR Frontier Gal 5112. Seventh place exhibited by Kai Lindbauer of Palmyra, Missouri, with WB Lucy Linda 204. Eighth place exhibited by Allie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Ninth place will go to Kyra Grace Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. And 10th place in that class exhibited by Emma Ann Armstrong of Unionville, Tennessee. Now in ring one, we have Class 17H. This will be your final class in Division 5.
Nice pair of heifers on the top of this January class of Angus females. Heifer we're going to start with, I think, climbs to the top of this class fairly handily for me. Just her combination of softness of rib cage and dimension, and you stand behind her, she's sure base wide, and I mean she's big-footed, she's powerful in her bone work and her bone structure, yet she still stays elegant enough up through her front 1/3 to really make an eye-appealing package all the way through. If I'd like to change her, maybe she gets ever so slightly high right through her grow bone. If we could knock that down, tail head in a little nicer and neater, I think we could like this one really, really well. The heifer in 2 is one that I think is just the most complete female left in the class. She's the one that I love from her mid-rib back into her rear leg, her hip structure, her hind leg. I sure think she's base wide enough and attractive enough. She gets a little forward through her chest floor, and that's where we'd like to change this one ever so slightly, but still a nice, moderate, flexible package. The heifer in 3 is one that if we could kind of go out to the head pile and find her a new one, I mean, we'd really like this one. She's soft. She's elegant in terms of cow potential. She's just a little plainer out through her head and neck compared to a couple of the other heifers. I do love her through her hip structure and her hind leg, the soft of that rear leg that she possesses, and the cushion on both ends. The next heifer back, she really looks good when you get her stopped, but when you put her in motion and ask her to move off that front end, she's just a little more twisted out on that front foot. It doesn't quite line up as parallel to that spine as we'd like. She does it a little tighter in her knee and just doesn't find that comfort zone ideally where we'd like to find. We sure love her type and kind, her angle out through her front end, a nice, complete, well-presented female. A little bigger female to finalize the drive of 5, a little more upright on both ends, so we'd like to soften her up ever so slightly.
I'm going to start by saying probably 2 of the best showmen out here we've seen yet. Back 2/3 of this heifer are as impressive as we've seen yet. That's exactly what I'm looking for. You don't even know if you can find something that good because she is so solid in her rib, back through her hip, the way she handles her hind leg, the way it ties into those feet. Big old feet underneath of the female. She's got one issue. She's plenty straight in that shoulder. She doesn't labor getting around. She moves fine on it. She's got a cowy and productive head. I see a female like this making herd bulls like no other. It's an issue and it's a hold up to me because this heifer's just got just a little bit more slope to that shoulder. But with that, she doesn't have as much forerib. She doesn't have as much midrib. She doesn't have as much flank. She doesn't have as much volume or capacity as the class winner. She's an elegant female. Young lady did a phenomenal job showing her and sticking it out. I like so many things about this heifer. I'd just like to pull her apart a little bit and give her more mass and substance like our class winner. Heifer here in 3rd's a little bit smaller than those 2. That's not what gets her beat. I think she's a little bit more tubular in her rib. I like to pull her apart in her chest as well. She's extremely level out through her hip. She's a wide pinned heifer that's very good, just a little narrow gauged. Heifer follows her somewhat the same way. I like to pull her apart and give her more shape in places. She actually has more shape in her pin set and down to her lower 1/3 of her hip than she does in her forerib. But this is a really good heifer, just in one heck of a tough class here. We get into a couple of heifers that don't balance out as nice, but I chose the more feminine one that's got more angle to her shoulder. She's sharper up through that 1/3, just a little bit more feminine throughout. The heifer that concludes the class is really broody, got some shape to her top and hip and bone. Really good class from end to end.
Well, congratulations back in the Angus ring. Results from Class 17H. First place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, with UDE Queen Ruth 2003, bred by Maddie Udell of Sioux City, Iowa. Second place in that class exhibited by Jay Paxton of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with CNC Princess 2001, bred by Ryan Callahan of Edmond, Oklahoma. Third place in that class exhibited by James Bright of Crockett, Texas, with EXAR Frontier Gale 2625. Fourth place exhibited by Taylor Olson of La Grande, Oregon. Fifth place in that class will go to Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Now in ring 1, our judges will select their champion reserve out of your junior heifer calf division 5.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 24 polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations, first place goes to entry 776, KJ 746D Cocoa Beach 536J ET, owned by Brumley Farms of Orvada, Nevada, bred by Ben Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Second place, entry 768, PSC SCC Diamond 1027 ET, owned by Blake and Bryce Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin, bred by Allie Schrammel of Orlando, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 773, Blakely Stelzer of Oologah, Oklahoma. Fourth place, back number 774, Liberty Sukin of Gowrie, Iowa. Fifth place, entry 785, bred and owned by Addison Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. And sixth place, entry 784, Peyton Henderson of Buffalo, Missouri. This time we will select your champion and reserved polled senior heifer calf.
A really nice division in our oldest January division of heifers that we're going to see in our heifer calves today. Let's give these exhibitors one real big round of applause. That's a nice set all the way through these 6. We've got some variations in frame scores and mature levels that we're going to see these 6 females. I'll be the first to say that. But I think as we try to visualize and analyze these cattle and look down the future and see where we're going to be and see what these females have to offer genetically and phenotypically, we try to find some heifers that have got some shelf life. And I mean some longevity, something that's going to be around when they're 8 and 10 years old, that are still going to be productive. They're going to have nice udders. They're going to have nice foot structure, leg structure, joint structure, and we're not going to have to worry about them falling apart in a pasture or a different environment than a show barn. So we've got a pair of favorites out here. We don't need to talk them anymore. I think they're really good females that they're a little different in their type and kind. I'll be the first to say that. But I think they're truly the best handling females out here at this stage in the game, and they're the 2 females that I would love to take home as cows. Dave will pick you pair of champions.
Over here on the division of the Herefords, I think we got a phenomenal lineup of heifers. You know, sometimes the older you get, the more these classes start falling apart and separating. That's not the case here, folks. This is an excellent set. I stop and ask myself who has the most value in my mind today analyzing these cattle, who's going to go on to produce the most and suit everybody's needs the most. These two heifers out of the last class will be your champion and reserve in that division. Phenomenal heifers. They're very different in kind, but I think the quality they possess just overwhelms this division.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Angus ring, we have the results of your Division 5 junior heifer calves. Both champion reserve will come out of class 15H. Congratulations to your champion, Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with BC2 Henning Sandy 0122, bred by Colder Cunningham of Darlington, Indiana. And reserve in that division, also coming out of that same class, congratulations to Macy Bowling of Greencastle, Indiana, with WB Princess 206, bred by Ward Brothers Livestock of Plattsburgh, Missouri. We'll now look to get started with your next division. We'll bring in class 18H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from the Polled Senior Heifer Calf Division. Congratulations, your champion, Polled Senior Heifer Calf, goes to entry 776, KJ 74060, Cocoa Beach 536 JET. Owned by Brumley Farms of Orovada, Nevada, bred by Ben Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. And your reserve champion from this division goes to entry 768, PSC SEC Diamond 1027 ET, owned by Blake and Bryce Bransel of Endeavor, Wisconsin, bred by Allie Schrammel of Orlando, Oklahoma. Up next, we'll start our Horn Late Summer Yearling Division with two classes.
Nice pair of Decembers to start off our first class in our fall division. Just a pair of heifers that, you know, they're going to be very durable, long-living kind of cows. Do they have the pizzazz that we had earlier in the visions earlier? Perhaps not, but we're stepping into some heifers that are going to be bred if they're not bred already, and they're going to become cows real quickly. So the heifer that wins the class, she's just the most complete. She handles that hind leg with a little more authority, a little more cushion off both ends. I'd like to tidy her up and see her attached a little nicer, neater from her shoulder back into her spine and back into her forerib, where the advantage of that is probably the heifer in 2, but I think we just have a sounder package in the heifer in 1, a little more cushion, a little more flexibility, a little more shelf life. Nice pair of heifers.
Leave this class as they come in. This dark red heifer just kind of got all the extra features. She's a well-presented female. It's got a lot of shape to her, got a lot of hip to her. Like the cosmetics of her, she's long-bodied. Got a lot of shape up high and back through her hip. Just a little more type and design than our heifer here in second. Really a long-bodied heifer. Got a lot of good to her, young lady, and I think this is definitely something you can go on and breed with. It'll keep getting better. Like to just class her up a little bit and put a little more style to her.
Well, congratulations over in the Angus ring. Results of class 18H. First place exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri, with Mayor LK Forever Lady 1157. Second place in that class will go to Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma, with PCC LB Sarah's Dream 938. We'll now welcome class 19H into ring 1. This will be your final class here in Senior Heifer Calves Division 1.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 25, Horn Late Summer Yearlings. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 555, Sees Bonnie J41, bred and owned by Jason Bost of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Second place goes to entry 556, MC Miss Graceful 2151 AT, bred and owned by Carlisle Brayman of Refugio, Texas. At this time, we have Class 26, horned early summer yearling in the ring.
Really a big numbered heifer I like a lot of things about. She's an efficient looking female. She's feminine up through her head. Unbelievable body. Like the size of this female as well. Got some hip to her. She's sound enough on her feet and legs. We'll look at her again here in division.
And in the Hereford ring, congratulations. Your results from Class 26 horned early summer yearlings. First place goes to entry 557, Purple Levita 100J ET, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, bred by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Tulane, Illinois. This time we'll bring back our first and seconds and select your horn, champion, and reserve intermediate yearling female.
Nice division, you know, there's 3 in this division, or I guess, but they pair up extremely good. We're going to use this heifer out of the single entry out of the last class. Like I say, I really like her size, like her efficiency, like her body, like how it carries back into her flank. She's got plenty to her when you get behind her. She's very solid on her feet and legs. This young man's heifer out of the first class pairs up with her really good. They're very uniform in type and kind.
And congratulations, your horn champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry 557, Purple Levita 100J ET, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, bred by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Tulane, Illinois. And your horn reserve champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry 555, Sees Bonnie J41, bred and owned by Jason Bost of Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Up next, we have Class 27, polled late summer yearlings.
Really an awesome presented heifer here, wins the class and does so rather handily. I think she's the biggest footed female in here. Got some base width to her, just a ton of look to her, awesome body, good back through her hip. Like this heifer a whole lot. The heifer here in second, just not as much heifer anywhere, but I love the outline of this heifer. I like the cosmetics of her. I like the dark color, I like the pigment in her eyes, like the body relative to her size. Just gets outpowered by our class winner. She's enough more agile and her angles are right to go ahead and get over this heifer in third. This is a really good kind of a female, just doesn't balance out as nice as our two ahead of her. Neither is this heifer that concludes the class, and she wants to toe out just a little bit. Like to freshen this heifer up a little bit. Relative to her size, though, I'd call her good in her rib and ample in terms of her muscle. From end to end, a really nice class.
And over here in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 27, polled late summer yearlings. Congratulations, first place goes to entry 791, Haw Shivers 802J, owned by Matty O'Leary of Weatherford, Texas, bred by Michael Hawes of Athens, Texas. Second place goes to entry 787, M&M 627 Glitter Sparkles 128, bred and owned by M&M Cattle Company of West Burlington, New York. Third place goes to entry 789, Mav Blessed Emerson 180 IET, owned by Conley, Addison, and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fourth place goes to entry 788, owned by Red Willow of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And up next, we have Class 28, polled early summer yearlings.
Really nice class of these November heifers. Two or three heifers, four heifers, five, whatever you want to say, are really deep in quality and really nice. They just come into a class with the depth of quality is really, really good. I think the pair of heifers we have on top complement each other very, very well. They're moderate framed heifers. They're females that are structurally sound. They got some flexibility. They've got some base width and some body. I really like this heifer that wins the class. She does have a nice look and presents herself very well on the profile. She's extended out through her front 1/3. She's got some belly and dimension. Flatten her blade. She can get out and move. If I could change her, I'd just chisel a little bit of that tail head down and get her a little bit farther down into that hip. But here's a female that's got plenty of gas and a lot of longevity built into this system. Where the heifer in 2 doesn't compare to the heifer in 1 is off a rear leg and a rear pastern. If she could move like the heifer does off the front, that wins the class, here's one that could really give her quite a bit of competition. But we get this one stopped. I really like her type and kind. The way she transitions from neck to shoulder to body, explodes into that rear rib. She's big enough footed, but she's really wide based. The young man does a nice job of getting her presented. I love the squareness of hip and the cow potential of this female. A little bigger one is the one we have in 3. There's nothing wrong with this female other than I just like to tone her down ever so slightly. She's a little more perpendicular out of her shoulder compared to the previous 2, but she is base wide. She's got a big foot with some flexibility on both ends. The next heifer out is the greenest heifer out here. Really green, really fresh in her presentation. I think there's just more appreciation of her angle, especially out of her shoulder. As you compare to the heifer right behind her, she's super long spine, really nice female. You get this one bred and get her heavy in calf, she'll make a wonderful senior yearling. The next cow back is one that you love her midrib, you love her dimension of hip and her hip structure. She gets a little chest forward if you really want to pick her apart, a little more straightly made out of her blade. We'd like to lay it a little further back and let her have a little more reach out of her front leg. But here's one that I like very well for a cow. The heifer next is one that when you put her in motion, she gets a little more restricted, just doesn't propel off that rear leg with the ease and comfort that we'd like to find her. She gets a little shorter in her stride. I love her muscle. I love her mass. She's just one that we need to put a little more flexibility into. Then we come into a pair of heifers that they're nice females. They're females that have got a nice look about them. Today, they just need to be open a little more dimension through that front 1/3 of the next heifer. We need to make the next heifer a little more structurally sound to be competitive today. Nice class of heifers, 2 or 3 really good ones up top.
Nice to see a bred heifer look like a big old calf. She's good on her feet and legs, got big old round feet underneath of her. She's built right from the ground up. She's got enough look up through the front end. Awesome bodied, good enough hip. This is a really good female. Heifer in second, I think, gets herself there because I think she's as sound as the heifers that are left here. I think her angles are right, and I like her in her composition. The heifer in third is just a little flatter design throughout, and I'd like to tone her up quite a bit in terms of composition, but I think she's a heifer that's as accurate as the other heifers are or more than on her feet and legs. The heifer here that follows her is awesome bodied, awesome in terms of making a cow and substance and hip. I'd like to change her out of her head and front end, pick the elevation of her neck up, but I think she's a really, really good heifer, and she's just probably stout enough to get over this heifer. It concludes the class. I love this heifer in terms of her top and back through her hip. Like to correct her a little bit in her teat space, but she's probably far enough off from calving it could correct itself. None of us know this far out, but I'd like to refine it just a little bit. Got a lot of length and a lot of top and a lot of hip in her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results class 19H. First place will go to Cohen Novinsky of Easton, Kansas with Checker Hill Sarah's Dream 180, bred by Checker Hill Angus in West Plains, Missouri. Second place in that class was exhibited by Camden Daniel Upchurch of Lineville, Alabama with Conley Sandy 1126. Third place in that class exhibited by Aubrey Slaughter of Savory, Texas. Fourth place went to Jude Moser of Larchwood, Iowa. Fifth place exhibited by Baylor Smith of Kirbyville, Texas. 6th place in that class, Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. 7th place and congratulations went to Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. 8th place exhibited by Caleb Willoughby of Ada, Oklahoma. 9th place in that class, Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. 10th place went to Gracie Smith of Kirbyville, Texas. 11th place will go to Brady York, and 12th place will go to Caden Nowatzki. Now currently in ring 1, we have our first and seconds out of Division 1 of your senior heifer calves.
Surely a nice division as we start our senior heifer calves. I think there's a pair of heifers for Dave and I that go together very well within this division. I think all 4 of these heifers are excellent representatives. There's just a pair of heifers that I think have got the ideal type and kind and muscle mass and structural soundness, strength of spine, and mobility we need to find. And that'll be our class winner of our last class and the second to her. That's going to be our division champions today. Congratulations.
Got a show going on over here where there's 2 females that are going to pair up exceptionally good. This will be your division champion right here out of the last class, and the one in front of her will be reserve. These heifers are quite similar, and they're quite good.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Senior heifer calf Division 1 champion goes to Cohen Novinsky of Easton, Kansas, with Checker Hill Sarah's Dream 180. And reserve champion that division will go to Camden Daniel Upchurch of Lineville, Alabama, with Conley Sandy 1126. We'll now look to get started with your next division. This will be Class 20H here in your Angus ring.
All right, back over here in the Hereford ring, we're going to get things caught up with your results from Class 28, polled early summer yearlings. First place goes to entry 792, Hawk Mila, 39JET, owned by Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, bred by Hawk Livestock of Arrowville, Illinois. Second place went to entry 793, CHTV Haley, 199ET. Owned by Coy and Ellie Lee Moonen of Glencoe, Oklahoma, bred by Mitchell Tucker of North Platte, Nebraska. Third place, entry 795, Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Fourth place, back number 798, Chance Ward of Orland, California. Fifth place, entry 797, Madeline Thompson of Amity, Missouri. And then your results from the poll champion intermediate yearling female. Congratulations, your champion came out of Class 28 with Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, with entry 792, Hawk Mila 39JET. And your reserve champion out of that division was entry 791, Haw Shivers 802J, owned by Matty O'Leary of Weatherford, Texas. Up next, we have Class 29 Horn Spring yearling females.
A lot of give and take in this class, and I think all these females got the potential to really raise something, and I sincerely mean that. The heifer that wins the class, first and foremost, she needs leaned up. Her presentation is awesome, though, everywhere else, and she's awesome. And for as much condition as she's carrying, she really gets around the ring comfortable. I like the foot underneath of her, like her hind leg, like her teat placement. A lot of volume in this female and extremely thick when you get behind her. The heifer here in second's a little more narrow gauge, definitely more narrow gauge than our class winner. Just a little bit more rugged through her head and probably what I'd prefer. But she's a heifer. It's got a tremendous amount of depth. She's level out to her hip. Like to freshen her up a little bit. There's just enough more heifer to get over here, this heifer in third. What a tremendous cow prospect. So accurate in her underpinnings. Got some shape to her relative to her size. Got some stifle to her. A really, really nice class with a lot of breeding potential from top to bottom.
And over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 29, Horn Spring Yearling Females. Congratulations, first place goes to entry 561, SC Jessica 120 JET, owned by Creighton Carpenter of Leedy, Oklahoma, and bred by Steerwalt Cattle of Leedy, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 562, ECR Miss Tater Tot 1400 ET, owned by Hollis and Ivy Fawcett of Ree Heights, South Dakota, bred by Fawcett's Elm Creek Ranch of Ree Heights, South Dakota. And in third place, entry 560, owned by Courtney Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. Up next, we'll have Class 30, Horn Spring Yearling Females.
Just in terms of practicality and freshness, this heifer has in the class, like the presentation of this heifer in terms of her composition, and I think it helps her get around the ring better than some of these other heifers too. She's fresh the whole way throughout. With that, she's got some shape to her, and primarily when you get behind her. Love the feet placement under this heifer as well. The heifer here in second's really deep. She's depositing a little bit more in her brisket than what I'd like to see. She doesn't have quite as much shape to her because some of it's been taken away from some excess composition here, but I think this is an awfully good heifer that's really level designed. I really like the practicality of this third place heifer. On her feet and legs and fundamentals, I think it's all quite there. She just needs freshened up a little bit because there's an awesome body in this female. She's good out through her hip. She too's wide pin, just a really nice kind of a cow prospect to have third. And I think she beats this heifer in fourth because she's deeper in her forerib and carries that depth all the way back to her flank and is more level through her hip when she goes. This heifer is as fresh as our class winner in a lot of ways. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She's a refined made female that's very feminine. The heifer that concludes the class is a real eye-catching heifer due to her color and her levelness of design. She's exceptionally long over her spine, back through her hip. Just like to pull her apart a little bit and change her off that hind leg. An excellent class of heifers.
On the Angus side of things, I think we've got three really, really nice heifers in this class. The heifer I'm going to start with does so fairly handily in my estimation. She's one that you really want to tie to pretty quickly when they walk out here. She transitions so nicely out of her neck and shoulder and body, has some base width through her chest floor and rear base width when you get behind her. She's an exceptionally long type of female. I like the curvature through her upper rib cage. Super long, super stout. Just a really attractive sided female on the profile. Just one I like very well. The heifer in 2 is one I think more closely follows her type and kind. She's a little flatter bladed through her shoulder, just a little nicer, more attractive out through her front 1/3 than the heifer right behind her. Perhaps gives up a little bit of base width, a little bit of muscle compared to the heifer in 3. I just think she handles it in a little more cowy position. I think the flexibility of this heifer is just awesome. I think she's one that'll make a tremendous cow. A powerhouse female in 3. You like her base width, her bone size, her foot size. For me, I just like to refine her up a little bit through her neck and her shoulder, just make her a little bit more ladylike in her presentation today. The heifer in 4 is one that I love the cow potential of this one. She is so base wide. She is so robust through her midsection and her middle. She's really got some chest floor to her that I like very well. I just like to stretch her apart and pull her apart to get her any higher today, but I'd love to make 100 cows look just like her. The next heifer back is one that I really, really like when we get her stopped. She's so eye-appealing and so balanced. We put her in motion every now and then. She'll just kind of want to get up on that right rear hock a little bit and rear past her, not roll it, but she just she has a little tick about her, and that's the reason we ended up putting her in the 5th position. But she's a female I love in terms of how she comes out of that flatness of blade and curvature of rib cage and still has some base width about her. The next heifer back is one that's highly presented. The young lady does a wonderful job of getting this one presented. She gets a little straighter and more perpendicular out of her shoulder, but I love the cleanliness of joints, the presentation she has. Super long tops and spine. She's got some definitely a nice female, attractive cowherd type of look about her. I just like to see maybe a little more width and dimension from front to rear. Then we come to a heifer that gets under herself ever so slightly off her rear leg. I like her type and kind, her squareness of hip. To me, she just needs to propel a little bit better when we get her in motion. Then we come into some heifers just a little plainer in their design. I like their type and kind. I think they've got cow potential. Today, they just get outclassed ever so slightly.
Really good division with a lot of potential over here, but I'm going to tell you what, this heifer grows on me the longer she's out here, and she's going to be your division champion. Look how square she is underneath, and look how correct she is in her freshness. This heifer, you know, I mean, you've done a great job because she's so fresh, but she doesn't have her belly glued and things like that a lot of our division champions do. What you see is what you get to a point. Young lady does a good job showing her. She is very good on her feet and legs. For as lean as this heifer is, when you get behind her, that is a big hip. and she's also very feminine up through that front end. So she ties a lot of neat things together. Most of all, I appreciate her freshness of appearance. Then for reserve, we're going to go with this big old massive maid heifer up here. I love a lot of things about her. I'd like to clean her up through her throat and throat latch, but man, that body, and to be as heavy as she is, to be able to move around like she does, ideal on her feet and legs. What a great division.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 20H. First place was exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana, with Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1221, bred by Seldom Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan. Second place in that class exhibited by Jay Paxton of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with CNC Winnie 1223, bred by Ryan Callahan of Edmond, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations, we go to Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa, with EXAR Frontier Gal 1853. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Ben Selmeyer. Sixth place will go to Alexandra Duckworth of Greenville, Tennessee. Seventh place was exhibited by Peggy Matthews of Fredericktown, Missouri. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Emily Kieswetter of Farmington, Illinois. Ninth place exhibited by Black Label LLC. 10th place went to Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. And 11th place will go to Redlands Community College of El Reno, Oklahoma. Now in ring one is Class 21H here in your Angus ring.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 30, Horn Spring Yearling Females. Congratulations. First place went to entry 564, JPD 826, Emmylou 53121, owned by John Dower of Panhandle, Texas, bred by Ashby Dower of Panhandle, Texas. Second place went to entry 563, PSC SCC Lydia 1021 ET, owned by Rietta and Roland Poseidon of Winoka, Oklahoma, bred by Perry Show Cattle of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place went to entry 569, Wyatt Weber, Madeline Weber, and Cooper Bishop Weber, all of Wamego, Kansas. Fourth place, entry 568, went to Sarah Harfst of Jacksonville, Oregon. And fifth place, entry 565, went to Knox Cook of Muskogee, Oklahoma. And then your Horn Champion Spring Yearling Female went to entry 564 out of Class 30, JPD 826, Emmylou 53121, owned by John Dower, Panhandle, Texas. And your Horn Reserve Champion Spring Yearling Female went to entry 561, SC Jessica 120J ET, owned by Creighton Carpenter of Leedy, Oklahoma, out of Class 29. Now in the ring is Class 31, Polled Spring Yearling Females.
I'll go on to say there's a lot of give and take in this class. I think the most practical one that suits me the best in terms of having some freshness and being correct on her feet and legs is our class winner right here. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She's fine up through her front third. Not as flashy as some we've seen, but I'd still call it feminine. I like the body depth to her. I like the levelness over her spine. I like how she is from her hooks to her pins. I like the placement of her feet and hocks. If I could change her, those pins need widened up. I like this heifer here in second a bunch too. She's probably even wider base than our class winner. She's got a little more chest in her, a little bit more brisket. I wish there's a little bit more up high in this heifer and in her forerib as well, but I think this is an extremely good heifer that's very well presented. Young lady does a phenomenal job showing her, and she's so much cleaner neck than the heifer here in third. I like the power and substance of this heifer. I think she could do it without as much as she's got on her in terms of composition. She's getting too deep neck now, getting a little more on her. I'd like to tone her down. Tons of mass and volume in that female and some true honest width throughout as well. The heifer that follows her is just a little bit tighter in her shoulder, maybe so in her forerib as well, just not as much heifer there, and I don't think there will ever be as much heifer there as the heifer in front of her. Really a big stout heifer is the one that follows her. She's a little too coarse for me. She's a little too far along in terms of her composition. As much middle and mass as any in the class. This heifer that concludes the class just a little too frail made, and when she's standing up there she wants to splay out on those front two a little bit more concave in her chest as well, or excuse me, in her forerib. I like this heifer a lot in terms of femininity, freshness, design, really good class from end to end.
And over here in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 31 Polled Spring Yearling Females. Congratulations. First place goes to entry 810 GGSC MGS Maggie J06ET, owned by Callie Harris of Canton, Texas, bred by Grimmel Shockey Cattle Company of Manhattan, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 811 Hawk Modest 19JET, exhibited by Sarah Horton of Marshall, Michigan, bred by Hawk Livestock of Earlville, Illinois. Third place, entry 808, exhibited by Nicholas, Lauren, and Brady Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry 805, exhibited by Clayton, Carly, and Katie Musser of Otterburn, Indiana. Fifth place, back number 807, Landry Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. And sixth place, entry 804, Cobble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. In the ring at this time is Class 32 Polled Spring Yearling Females.
Really nice heifer to lead off this Angus class with. Female David I like very, very well. She's complete in her kind. She's moderate in her frame score. Here's one that's got some flexibility, some base width, some internal dimension, yet she looks cowy and soft and just kind of like a female we'd like to find on a daily basis. The next heifer back is one that I think more closely follows our type and kind. She's a little wider based, a little wider chested than the heifer right behind her. She just handles her front leg with a little more desirability. She's just a powerhouse in terms of females. Not quite as complete and functional as the heifer right in front of her in the lineup, but still a female. I love her dimension of her hip and her internal dimension and mass through her midsection. The heifer in 3, when we get her stopped, you love her. She's nicely designed. She blends really well from shoulder back into her forerib. She's hurt herself a little bit off that right front leg. She just struggles entirely too much for me to use her any higher today, but I like her type and kind. Get past that, she's square in her hips, she's wide in her base, nicely presented female. The heifer in 4 is one that you really like when you get her stopped and get her to pop her head up and get it out of her shoulder a little bit. She is really square made, she's deep, she's soft made. For me, I'd like to just change her, how she attaches from her neck back into her shoulder. I'd like to see that attachment a little higher for me today to like her any higher in the class. Big heifer comes in next, really green, really fresh. She just surpasses that upper limit where I want to find one as a mature cow. She's got a little frailer inner kind, I believe. I don't think she has quite the internal dimension, especially through her rear rib and her rear flank. Then we step into a heifer that I like, except when we ask her to move. More perpendicular particular, a little more restricted on both ends, don't find her comfort zone as quite as well. The next pair of heifers back, they complement each other very well. They're good, sound, functional females that have cow potential about them. They're just not as flashy when we put them in an environment such as today. Nice class of heifers, really like the heifer up top.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring. Results of Class 21H. First place exhibited by Ty Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Connolly DT Georgina 1076, bred by Carolyn Ashford Cowles of Rockfield, Kentucky. Second place and congratulations in that class, bred known by Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois, All-Star Barbara 154. Third place in that class was exhibited by Austin Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Fourth place will go to Cal Allen Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. Fifth place exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. Sixth place, Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Eighth place and congratulations over here in ring one goes to Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee. Ninth place exhibited by Callie Judy Jensen of Plainfield, Iowa. 10th place went to Addison Brown of Lake Providence, Louisiana. 11th place and congratulations will go to Ben Seltmeyer. Now over here in ring one, we're bringing in those first and seconds. Our judges will select their senior heifer calf champion and reserve of Division II.
Sorry for the delay, folks, but we're going to have this 100% right everywhere when we go to the mic, because these heifers are going to be contenders the whole way through, and you could go 3 deep in it. The heifer wins the class, so fresh. She is so accurate on her feet and legs. She looks like a big old pretty heifer calf to me. I like her freshness. I like her design. I like her youthfulness. I mean, not to mention the cosmetics and how eye-catching she is and the hair quality and all that. But inside of that is an awfully good heifer. The heifer here in second I like a whole lot too. This heifer's got a little bit more brisket in her than our class winner and doesn't have as much angle to her shoulder, but I love the back 2/3 of this heifer. Unbelievable volume, carries that into her flank, stands really square on her hind legs, and I just think there's more center body mass than the heifer here in third. I like this heifer a lot. I love how far along she is in terms of being close to calving. It gets you excited to start spring calving. I mean, this is a really good female. I love the design and the freshness they have this female in. I think that's a huge advantage for her. She's lean, but she's ready to be here. And I think it's a phenomenal heifer. I'd just like to pull her apart underneath and give her more forerib, but that's an awfully good heifer. I like the type and design, moderation of frame, and this dark heifer here as well. She's a little pigeon-toed. I'd like to correct that a little bit. Maybe wants to move just a little bit tighter. But I love how she handles herself in terms of her rib. I like how it carries back to her flank. I like the angularity from her shoulder up to her jaw. With that, she's a level hip female. She's more right out of her shoulder than the heifer that follows her. This yellow heifer's awfully good in terms of having something to her. I like her practicality and her size. I just like to change the angle of her shoulder. Young lady's heifer here, this is a great showman. I've enjoyed watching her, and she takes it really serious. Her heifer's just a little bit more stale, and with that, I don't think she has as much true sweep to her rib as the heifers ahead of her. Exceptionally long spine and good back through that hip, and that carries down really nice into her hind leg as well. Young lady that follows her is really a big-footed heifer. A little bit coarser in some areas. I don't know if she has the natural depth of body as the heifers ahead of her, and so I'd like to tone her down in terms of her composition, but I think there's a tremendous amount of good in that female. She's really good in her feet and her joints. It's a nice female. Heifer concludes the class, really stout and typey. This one could go on to raise something, you watch, but she's got too much brisket for me today. Just been fed probably a little too hard, but I think if you freshen this female up, she'd be more of a contender.
If we can't appreciate these 4 females out here as being true cow potential females and herd builders and game changers, we need to really change our mind to see where we're going to go within this business. Let's give this division of females a big round of applause. Nice 4 heifers. We've got 2 heifers in here that I think are in vying for this division. I think both of these heifers are tremendously good. They're a little bit different. We'll go through them and analyze them, then I'll let Dave go out and pick your champion. The heifer that won the first class, in my mind, is one of those spectacular individuals that you never get the opportunity to own very often. She's so long, she's so extended, she's got a bunch of rib in her. You get behind her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. Maybe gets a little big at this stage in the game if you want to pick her apart a little bit. She's not quite as big-footed as the heifer that's right behind her in the lineup, maybe a little rounder in her lower shoulder as you compare to the heifer right behind her. But I really appreciate the overall power and the presence of this female. Here's the show heifer you really, really like that just transitions out of her shoulder into a big old rib with a lot of hip and a lot of dimension. A more moderate framed heifer is the heifer we have in second. She's one that Dave and I talk about in terms of what we'd like to see in cows. The flexibility of her rear leg, the size of her rear foot, the size of her front foot. This one surprised me a little bit when we got her back out here. I'll be the first to say that. I love the belly and the shape that she possesses. I love her hip structure and her hind leg. She's not quite as big a female. She's not going to be as big of a mature type female, but she's still weighing in at 1,300 pounds as a fall yearling, so I think she's probably big enough. I like her head design. I like her neck design. She's very, very functional. Two really super heifers. If you want to sort them differently, I can understand that. Today, Dave and I have to sign the book, so we'll do it the way we think it's right. Dave, pick your pair of champions.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Coming out of that division, your champion will come from Class 21H, Conley DT Georgina, 1076, known by Ty Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma.
Tell you what, you got two heifers that are that hard to split in class. We're not going to split them up in division. This will be your champion right here, and reserves right beside her.
And congratulations again over here in the Angus ring, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 20H, Seldom Rest Pinup Gale, 1221, exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. We'll now look to start your next division. We'll bring in Class 22H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 32, Polled Spring Yearling Females. Congratulations, first place went to entry 828. BKCMCC Jungle Girl 147 JET, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry 814, KNS Miss Mary Jane 2106, owned by Ansley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas, bred by Kylie Class of South Maid, Texas. Third place went to back number 823, Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Fourth place went to entry 830, Aiden Barber of Channing, Texas. Fifth place, entry 826, owned by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Sixth place, entry 821, Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Seventh place, back number 829, Shelby Seamer of Siegel, Illinois. And eighth place went to entry 827, exhibited by Sutter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. And your results from the Polled Champion Spring Yearling Female, congratulations, your champion went to entry 828, BKCMC Jungle Girl 147 JET, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma, out of Class 32. And your reserve champion, also from Class 32, went to entry 814, KNS Miss Mary Jane 2106, owned by Ansley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas.
Nice single entry on our Angus side of things this afternoon. Just a beautifully designed female. You love her type and kind. You love her size and her conformation. Big-footed, nice angles in this female with some belly, some dimension. Still very attractive out through her front 1/3. Nice female. We'll see her a little later in division.
Hey, Bailey did a good job of lining this class up because we're going to keep them right here the same. Heifer wins the class. I love the function of, like how she is up through that front end. Look at the sweep to her rib, tremendous length of hip. Really appreciate the condition this heifer comes in. The heifer here in second's leaner than the heifer in third. She struggles a little bit more out of her front end than our class winner, but I like that much top in her. I like how square hip she is. We do have a higher performing heifer here that conclude the class, and I like the base width and the mass in this female. I just like to tone her up in terms of her composition, especially through her brisket and her pones, but I think this is a really, really good kind of a heifer that could go on to produce a lot of powerful stuff.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results from Class 22H. First place will go to Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois, with YF FCF Blackbird 2150, bred by Four Corners Farms in St. Francisville, Illinois. Now in ring 1, we have Class 23H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 33, Horn Junior Yearling Females. Congratulations, first place went to entry 575, BACC 228Z Terra 108 ET, owned by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas, bred by Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas. Second place goes to entry 577, GGSC Kiwi 4J ET, owned by Jason Boust of Rocky Ridge, Maryland, bred by Grimmel Girls Show Cattle, Jarrettsville, Maryland. And third place went to entry 578, Marilyn Pakey of Mino, Oklahoma. At this time, we have Class 34 Horn Junior Yearling Females in the ring.
Nice 3 in this class of Julys. I think that where we separate these 3 heifers is from the sandless standpoint, from the structural integrity standpoint, and I think there's a heifer that rises to the top fairly handily for Dave and I. That's the heifer of the young man in the blue shirt. She's just super sound. She's super soft. She's got some middle to her. Just a nice cow prospect with some base width, some flexibility, a lot of longevity, a lot of shelf life in this one. The heifer in 2 is one that closely comes behind her. She's a little more stiffly made out of her rear leg and her rear pastern as you compare her to the other heifer, but I love the length of top and length of spine and the openness of rib in this female. Just a female that I think has got cow potential written all over. The heifer to finalize the drive of 3 is a little more upright on both ends, a heifer that perhaps is going to be a little bit more restricted in movement as a cow out in the herd, maybe not have that shelf life we like. She does have some base width, some internal dimension. Love the type and kind she is in terms of hair quality. Just needs to be a little bit more structurally sound.
And leave this class the same as well, but this heifer wins the class, I think does so rather handily. I like the correctness in her lines. I like the fact she has some forerib. I like that middle part and how she's constructed and that sweep to her rib, and she does so without giving up anything high. She's dead on over her top and back through her hip. She's so square hip, good on her feet and legs. It's a really nice female with some added power and extra freshness. The heifer here in second I really like from an EPD standpoint. I like the length and the performance of this female as well. I think where she gets beat is she doesn't have that V to her rib. I don't think she has the feminineness of our class winner either.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring. Results of Class 23H. First place exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Frontier Gal 1739, bred by Express Angus Ranches in Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place in that class exhibited by Ava Hendrickson of Westmoreland, Kansas, with Seldom Rest Lucy 1165, bred by Seldom Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan. And third place in that class will go to Seldom Rest Farms with Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1157. Currently in ring 1, we have Class 24H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 34, Horn Junior Yearling Females. Congratulations. First place went to entry 579, Perks 1502 Mary Jo 1002 ET, owned by Taylor and Thomas Boatman of Rockford, Illinois, bred by Perks Ranch of Rockford, Illinois. Second place went to entry 582, C8086 Lady Sancho 1066 ET, owned by Piper Collier of Bruno, Idaho, bred by Collier Herefords of Bruno, Idaho. Now we've got your first and seconds from these last 2 classes. We will select your champion and reserve Horn Junior Yearling Female.
pair of heifers in this class of Junes. I look at this pair of heifers like which one of these two heifers would I want to take home and make a cow out of. You've got one that's shaking out some udder and some teat size that's nicely placed underneath her. It looks like about the right size. She's so soft-middled and so cowy looking. She's not as attractive through her jawline and up through her front 1/3, but this just looks like an easier fleshing female to me with a lot of shelf life. You love the angle of her knee. You love the angle of her hock. She's going to be a really nice cow prospect for the young man. The heifer in 2 for Dave and I, she just looks a little harder to feed with the freshness and the accentuation, how accelerated she is out of her front 1/3. The lop ear doesn't kind of help her presentation any, but we don't pull that away from her. She's still sound. She's very attractive, fit very nicely presented by the young lady. I just like to see a little more openness in this one all the way through to make her a little more easy fleshing for me.
Really good division to complement our show thus far. I'm more comfortable with the angles of this heifer up out of our first class division champion. I like how she gets out of her front end better. I think she's got more flex and give out of her hip as well. Part of that maybe is because this heifer is so dead on level hip. I love this heifer in terms of cow power, and she'll be your reserve.
Well, congratulations back over in the Angus ring. Results of Class 24H. First place was exhibited by Burton Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri, with WB Princess 122, bred by Ward Brothers Livestock of Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second place in that class exhibited by Briley Roberts of Orion, Illinois, with FCF Phyllis 143, bred by Four Corners Farms in St. Francisville, Illinois. Now entering ring 1 will be class 25H here in your Angus ring. This will be the final class in your intermediate division.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your Horn Champion Junior Yearling Female went to entry 575, BACC 228Z, Terra 108ET, owned by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas, and bred by Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas, from class 33. And your reserve champion, Horn Junior Yearling Female, went to entry 579, Perks 1502 Mary Jo 1002 ET, owned by Taylor and Thomas Boatman of Rockford, Illinois, bred by Perks Ranch of Rockford, Illinois. Up next, we have class 35 Pole Junior Yearling Females.
Really in no hurry to get this heifer out of here. She is fun to look at. Presentation's unbelievable, but it's all there. The only thing intimidating about her is that little showman keeps staring me down, and I'm not liking it much. What a phenomenal heifer. What a phenomenal heifer in second. Just not quite as fresh, doesn't have all the angles and the bells and whistles, but this is cow power right here. She's got bone to her, she's got mass, she's got volume, she's plenty feminine up through that front end, really good female. Heifer here in third I like a lot too. Really, really good, maybe wants to break a little bit in her loin, but I just don't think she can get up there in terms of mass and volume with our class winners. Two exceptional females up there. Really good third place heifer here. Look how neat she is through that neck, and still to have that kind of body. Appreciate her in terms of her composition. Heifer here in fourth. Like to clean her up through her chest floor and that brisket. That'd be the biggest thing. She wants to pick that hip up a little bit too, and I'd like to smooth her up and make her more feminine there, but how you gonna knock on her for femininity? Look at the other development she has. Just so much more female and capacity than this heifer right here. I like the moderation of this heifer. I like the cowiness to her design. I like her on her feet and legs. Heifer that follows her is just a little bit more, I wouldn't call her tubular. She just doesn't have that sweep. But the biggest thing is she just tapers and gets a little flat in her quarter and stifle. Heifer, it concludes the class. Big, powerful, high-performing heifer. Gets pretty narrow gauged for as heavy constructed as she is. But I think this is an awfully good female with a tremendous amount of length. Unbelievable, almost unmatched in the length of her hip.
Super good three-headed heifers on the top of this class. There's some minute differences in those heifers. We'll talk about those. I felt the best, most complete female, the one with the best combination of structural integrity, muscle mass, definition, freshness, is the heifer we start with. Is she the farthest along in gestation? No, she's not. That's what I like about the heifer in number 2. But this heifer is just so complete in her design, so square in her hip, so true in her angle of her hock. She can get out and cruise well enough at this stage in the game, but she's big in through her midsection. She ties so nicely from the top of that shoulder back into her spine. Shows me a little more strength back into her hip and through that loin as compared to the heifer in 2. I think she's fresher at this stage than the heifer in 2. I think she's a little more desirable down low, especially through the chest floor as the heifer in 2. Just a really neat heifer to start the class with. I love this powerhouse in 2, and I think she's one of those marvels that we kick out and we make cattle out of her all day long. I love the udder structure shaking out from underneath this one. She's probably getting a baby in her, which is taken away from her top. She gets a little softer made and into her loin. She gets a little more A-topped if you really want to get after it and get after it pretty hard. I don't think she has quite the muscle in her at the heifer that precedes her. She can get out and track and move and push off both ends. Today, I'd just like to tidy her up in her spine a little bit more for me. Then we come into a heifer that I like very, very well. I think this is one of the better heifers this individual's brought in. I love the strength and length of top, the presentation she has, a nice combination of muscle mass and volume and dimension. She just kind of runs into a couple of buzz saws right in front of her. A heifer, if you want some performance and some power, here's a big stout May heifer, the next one out. She's weighing in at $16.99, which is just going to surpass that upper limit where I want to find a May heifer at this stage in the game, and that's why she's where she's at. But she is big-footed, she is wide-based, and she does have a ton of internal dimension. The next heifer back is a nice, unique cow prospect. I love the udder structure shaking out underneath this one. She's modern in her kind. We'd love to have 100 head look just like her. Then we come into a heifer that's a little flatter in her kind, a little more restricted in her kind in terms of overall muss and rib cage, but still a very useful, attractive female from the side view. Young lady to finalize and conclude the class is one that's a little chest floor heavy. She's been fed pretty good, but the young lady does a nice job and deserves a big round of applause. Nice class.
I saw the foot and the bone and the power underneath this heifer, and I thought, you know what, I bet if she's got her genomics done, she's well over 100. And she is on yearling weight. Gosh, dang, there's a lot of heifer here. There is a lot of power. This could be a bull-making machine right here. Love the fundamentals of this heifer and still has some look. Maybe not as refined up through that front third as some we've seen. Maybe not quite as fresh as some we've seen, but I wouldn't call her stale. I wouldn't call her overdone. The heifer here in second plays out just a little bit. She's a little bit softer pastern. She's just a little bit weaker throughout. Love her type and design relative to her size. Like that depth of rib, like how she carries herself through the hip. And folks, the breed's in a good position because we got quality to the end. This dark red heifer, you can breed so many different ways. She's so angular. I like how she is on the standstill, her type and design. She's maybe not as loose as she gets around as those two heifers in front of her. But look at all that body to be that lean and carry that much depth of body all the way back to her flank.
Well, congratulations back in the Angus ring. Results of Class 25H. First place went to Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas with MLA Proven Queen, 2156. Second place in that class went to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa with BBR Blackbird 372J. Third place was exhibited by Landon Walker Marshall of Wayers Cave, Virginia with BNWZ Sarah's Dream 1156. Fourth place exhibited by Express Angus Ranches and Gillespie Angus Ranch in Leedy, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Sixth place went to Brenna Leanne Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. And seventh place in that class was exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. Now in ring one, we'll bring those first and seconds in. Our judges are going to select their champion reserve here in your intermediate heifer division.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, we're going to get things caught up with your results from Class 35, polled junior yearling females. Congratulations, first place went to entry 845, BKCMCC Jungle Cat 149 JET, owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, bred by Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry 840, SLC 55C Kelly 5J, bred and owned by Corey Stump of Columbia, Illinois. Third place, 838, Addison Young of Lexington, Illinois. Fourth place, entry 841, Randy Williams of Dublin, Texas. Fifth place, entry 844, Holly and Noah Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class went to entry 842, exhibited by McKenna, Tessa, and Austin Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Seventh place, entry 832, owned by Wyatt and Quade McIntyre of Leedy, Oklahoma. Then your results from Class 36, polled junior yearling females. Congratulations. First place went to entry 847, SHR Diana 1026 CT, owned by Riley and William Mindhart of Onega, Kansas, bred by Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana. Second place went to entry 583, GKB 2296 Elvira 497E J206ET, owned by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, bred by Linda Jones of Manassas, Virginia. And third place went to entry 850, owned by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Now at this time, we brought back your first and seconds, and we will select your champion and reserve polled junior yearling female.
On the Angus side of things, we've got our next division out here. Just a really good set of heifers, very useful heifers. Maybe just one or two out here that really just hit you hard, but that pair really hit us hard very, very quickly. Pair of heifers, I think, complement each other very well. They're about the same frame score. They're heifers that are base wide. They've got some good about them. Let's give this round of applause. I'll go pick you a couple of champions.
Real quick over here, you could add 100 heifers in this division, and I don't know if it would have shook out any different on first or seconds. Phenomenal lineup. Young lady up here, you're going to have the champion in this division. It gets close for reserve, but we're going to go this next class winner right here for reserve division. Really like the dark red heifer over there that was second too. It's too bad we got to split them all up.
Well, congratulations over in the Angus ring. Results of your intermediate heifer division. Your champion will go to MLA Proven Queen, 2156. Congratulations to Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas. And reserve champion that division coming out of the same class, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa, BBR Blackbird 372J. We'll now look to see your next class here in the Angus ring. This will be class 26H.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your pole champion junior yearling female went to entry 845 BKCMCC Jungle Cat 149 JET, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, and bred by Buck Cattle Company of Madill, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion of that division went to entry 847 SHR Diana 1026 ET, owned by Riley and William Mindhart of Onega, Kansas, bred by Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana. Up next, we've got our horned senior yearling females.
We're going to leave these pairs just how they come in, and number one is the udder quality right there in this young female, really square. I think she's doing a good job. You know, this is a hard age to have a calf, and anyway, or to have that young of a baby here at a show, but I think that's a good calf. He's got a lot of potential. Her fundamentals are so true. Her structure and design and efficiency, a neat little udder, and she's so much more correct in her teat size than our reserve here. This cow's really long and extended so long over her top and back through her hip, just like to soften her up and refine her in her teat size. But this baby calf's got a lot of look to her, and she's even a little bit smoother shouldered than her mom, so it's important when these females can breed up two really nice, useful pairs.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 37, and will also be your champion and reserve champion yearling female. Congratulations, first place, and your champion went to entry 585, BPSPEF 88X Henrietta 45HET, owned by Bailey and Shelby Pearl of Duquin, Illinois, bred by Kellstadt Farm of Brimfield, Illinois. In second place, and your horned reserve champion senior yearling female went to entry 586, MSCC Hazel 909H, bred and owned by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. Up next, we'll have Class 38 polled senior yearling females. We will then select your horned champion and reserve champion female. Then we will select your 2023 Hereford Herdsman of the Year, followed by our polled champion lineup.
Neat little female. She's really refined. How about that udder and just the quality to it? It's fantastic. Doing a good job with her calf. You know, she comes down pretty lean and pulled down, and calf's got enough on him. That udder's about ideal in terms of type and design. Very feminine little cow. Good job.
And your results from Class 38, polled senior yearling female. First place and your champion senior yearling female went to entry 854, AR D41A, Riva H21, owned by Haley Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri, and bred by Apple Ridge Farms of Salem, Illinois. Up next, we have your Horn Champion and Reserve Champion Female Drive. All right, over here in the Hereford ring, we will start your horned drive from your champion from Division I, cow-calf pair, Brooke Bain of Lawton, Oklahoma. Your champion out of the Horn Spring heifer calf was McKenna Rogers of Solon, Iowa. Your champion from the Horn Junior heifer calves went to Hadley Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. Your champion from the Horn Senior heifer calves went to Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Your horned intermediate yearling female went to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your Horn Spring yearling female went to John Dower of Panhandle, Texas. Your horned junior yearling female went to Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas. And your horned senior yearling female went to Bailey and Shelby Pearl of Duquesne, Illinois.
I'll tell you one thing, if you can't get excited about this pair of heifers, there's not much to get excited about because they are the upper crust, and they are a pair of really, really good heifers. And if you want to talk it the other way, we can talk it all day long. Today, this is how Dave and I see them, and we'll tell them how we think about it. I know both of these exhibitors bring really, really good ones out, and they have all day long. This is a pair of really phenomenally nice females. The heifer we start with, we felt she had the advantage in center rib dimension. We felt she had the advantage in pin placement, how that pin is just a tick higher and comes out of that hip structure just a little more square. We thought she was a little bigger footed female. She does give up some chest floor. The heifer in 2 handles her chest floor a little more desirably for Dave and I today. She does. The heifer in 1, I feel, handles that shoulder, especially her lower shoulder in motion, with a little more desirability. It comes back and blends a little more desirably into that lower forerib. These females are close. It's preferential. It's personal preference. I just love the show ring presence of the heifer we used, just the elegance she possesses, how her neck comes out high out of that shoulder, a nice head, a beautifully designed head, super out of her hip structure and hind leg. I think she's big-footed, she's sound, and she's about the right size. The heifer in 2 is one that we love in terms of just overall balance and appearance. I think she can get out and stride and move and walk with the best of them. Super long topped and spine. I don't think she quite has the power up top as the heifer that precedes her, but she's a heifer that's sure neat and functional in that foot size, how that knee is laid back in, the softness, the cushion off that rear leg. 2 exceptionally nice females in this class. The heifer in 3 is a heifer that I found as a calf a long time ago, and I absolutely loved. I thought she was one of the better heifer calves I'd ever seen, and she still doesn't disappoint you today. She's a heifer that's really refined in her typing kind. I think she gives up a little bit of mass of bone and mass of internal dimension as compared to the previous 2, but she's still a female that's so nice and attractive to look at. You'd still love 100 of them in a pasture situation. I think if this one was a little farther along in gestation, she'd be a little bit more bellied down, especially in that rear rib, and she'd give a little bit more fight of the previous 2. The heifer in 4 is one that Dave and I like exceptionally well. Every now and then you'll catch her just wanting to get a little soft top, but the young lady does such a wonderful job getting her presented. She's really attractive. She's very fresh out through her front 1/3. Transitions exceptionally well from neck to shoulder to body. Sure is base wide, and she's got some real dimension to her, one we like. Here's one that's nicely presented. Neat hair coat on this one. Perhaps just like to see her a little easier fleshing. She's a little more, has a little more terminal look as far as I'm concerned. I don't think she's quite as big middled. I don't think she's quite as big up through her forerib as it transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib as some of the other heifers in class. And then we come into one I like very, very well. Is she the classiest one out here? No, she's not. But she is very fundamentally correct. With a big foot, a nice angle, a square hip, some dimension about her, and a very unique presence. Young lady, you've got a nice one on your hands. A big-bodied individual right next behind her, super big middle, super big body. She'll make a tremendous cow. It almost takes a little bit away from her. She becomes a little short-hipped. She's carrying a big old baby in her, so it gets her a little softer in her loin and softer in her top. But the young lady, you've got a nice cow prospect in your right. Next few heifers back, just some heifers that, they run into some buzzsaws on the top end of this thing, and we'll say that. They're very useful, high-quality heifers that deserve a good home. Nice class of heifers, super good pair up top.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we turn the microphone over to our judge in the Hereford ring, Mr. Jason Hoffman, if you will please all turn your attention to the video screen in the center of Jim Norick Arena. Well, once again, we invite you all to join us in Stillwater this May for the Cattlemen's Conference. To learn more, please visit cattlemensconference.com. Well, we'll give you the results quick over here in our Angus ring from Class 26. First place and congratulations went to Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana, with Connolly FR KG Queen Meg 1085. Second place in that class and congratulations went to Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with BCR Phyllis 092J. Now currently in ring 1 is Class 27H. This will be your final class in this division.
Not only just being a Hereford breeder, but being a cattle breeder. I'm very flattered to be out here sorting these cattle. All the good here, staged at such a big event. So much quality throughout, it was unbelievable. I guess the thing that impressed me the most is how many of these heifers had to close the gate. Bothers me some, beat kids. This market's so junior driven. I mean, who knows if 85% or more of these heifers aren't owned by juniors. Some of these kids you got to repeatedly beat. I just wish I could get a hold of and tell that any one of us that's ever shown these national champions has been last also. And I hope they can learn from a lot of these mentors, and I hope they can tie in the breeding programs, and I hope all of us take that time to offer that to them, to get them ahead, because you consistently see people work their way up. That's the real reward of all this, and it all ties back to these juniors. At one time, the Hereford Heifer Show didn't mean near as much as the Bull Show. It was all about the bulls that won Denver when I was a kid. And when this thing got a hold of itself, holy cow, did it get a hold of itself. So we need to make sure that we work with these kids, not just the ones that spend the most money at our place, but the ones that have the burning desire like we all did to get out here. That's about all for this lineup. They're phenomenal, comfortable with what I'm going to do. I know how they line out. It's pretty straightforward to me. Thanks for having me.
Which one? Numbers 30575. Horn Junior. And congratulations. Your horn champion female goes to entry 575, BACC 228Z, Terra 108 ET. Exhibited by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas. Okay. Where are we at? Horn Senior Heifer Calf. Yep. And congratulations, your Horned Reserve Champion female goes to entry 552, Cruz Collier with CD83 miles, 1266 ET. Once again, congratulations to all of our horned exhibitors. Now, in between now and our polled female drive, we will select and announce your 2023 Hereford Herdsman of the Year.
The American Hereford Association Hereford Herdsman of the Year Award honors an outstanding herdsman in the Hereford breed annually. Votes were cast by fellow Hereford herdsmen and breeders during the week. The candidates for the 2023 Hereford Herdsman Award are Mr. Breck Debnan from Innisfell Farm in Georgia, Ty Krebs, Krebs Ranch and Krebs Cattle Company from Nebraska, Kyle Lemon, Lemon Cattle Company from Maryland, Richie Oaks, Vanderwerk Herefords here in Oklahoma, and Mr. Garrett Post from Hawk Livestock in Illinois. Let's give all these candidates a round of applause. Presenting the award today is our 2023 National Hereford Queen, Miss Madison Katzenberger, Chad Breeding from the AHA Show and Sale Committee, and Jack Ward, our AHA Executive Vice President. The 2023 Hereford Herdsman of the Year goes to Kyle Lemon of Maryland. Kyle Lemon owns and operates Lemon Cattle Company alongside his wife, Nicole, daughter Blakely, and son, Cashton. Kyle's passion for the Hereford breed began at 9 years old. Since then, he is focused on raising high-quality cattle. He believes the Hereford industry has incredible value and is honored to be a part of the breed. He spends countless hours in the barn raising and managing his herd and completing day-to-day operations. Over the last decade, he has devoted considerable time to studying genetics and matings to breed elite females and influential bulls. Kyle's work ethic, respect, integrity, and accountability are second to none. He ensures his customers have the best experience in the show ring and provides them with great genetics to make exceptional breeding pieces. Congratulations to Kyle Lemon of Maryland, our 2023 Hereford Herdsman of the Year.
As we analyze the class of heifers on the Angus side, just a poop of really sweet females to lead off this class. I felt the heifer I'm going to lead the class with just ties in a little nicer and neater through her lower chest floor back into her forerib. I think she handles that rear leg with a little more authority as we put her in motion. I'd like to see perhaps just a little more gestation length in this one, but still a very, very useful female that's attractive and sound and big-footed and flexible. The heifer in 2 is one that's very attractive from the side view. She's presented very nicely, extremely nicely. She can get out and move with enough cushion on both ends. I just don't think she quite has the power, especially from her hock down into her rear foot as the heifer that precedes her. She wants to get a little more hock in as she walks away from you, a little more chest floor heavy. But I like the usefulness of this female, the one that's got some bulk and dimension through her midsection. The heifer in 3 is one that I like very well. She's very complete from front to rear, big footage, structurally correct. She's got some muscle. She's got some mass. If we could stretch her out just ever so slightly, put that neck a little higher out of her shoulder, I think this is one we really become a little more attractive out of her front 1/3. But she's sound. She pushes off real well. Just a nice cow prospect for a young lady. Then we come into a really big one. I mean, she's weighing in at 17 something. Plenty big for me at this stage in the game. The young man's got a big, stout cow prospect he can raise bulls out of. For me personally, in Southwest Missouri, I want to tone her down ever so slightly. Finalize with a pair of heifers that just not quite as structurally correct and sound as some of the heifers that win the class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 27H. First place went to CNC Winnie 1208, owned by Jacob Greenman of Goodell, Iowa, and bred by Ryan Callahan of Edmond, Oklahoma. Second place in that class exhibited by Sydney Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio, with Genflow Core Blackbird 421. Third place in that class exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri, with Wallace Frontier Gal 184. Fourth place went to Colby Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas. Fifth place, and congratulations to Cora Sullivan, Lawton, Oklahoma. In sixth place, we'll go to Glipsy Angus Ranch in Leedy, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds. Our judges will select their champion reserve in your junior yearling heifer Division 1.
And back over here in the Hereford ring, we're about to start your polled champion female drive. Your champion from the Division 1 Polled Spring Heifer Calves went to Riley Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. Your Division 2 Polled Spring Heifer Calf champion went to Moore Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Your Polled Junior Heifer Calf champion went to Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri. Your champion Polled Senior Heifer Calf went to Brumley Farms of Oro Veda, Nevada. Your champion Polled Intermediate Yearling female went to Paige Lemonazier of Hudson, Illinois. Your champion Polled Spring Yearling female went to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your champion Polled Junior Yearling female was Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. And your champion Polled Senior Yearling female went to Haley Ferguson of Smithton, Missouri.
Let's give this late junior heifer division of Marches and Aprils a big round of applause. This is a nice set of heifers. Hello, wake up. Show them some appreciation. This is good. Pair of heifers in this division, I think, have dominated. We talked about them in class, and they're just super good females. They're going to be our division winners. Will be our class winners out of our first class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the Angus ring out of Division 1 junior yearling heifers. First and second out of Class 26H. First place, Hudson Furry of Sullivan, Indiana, with Connolly FR KG Queen Meg 1085. And reserve in that division, go to Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with BCR Phyllis 092J.
And while we select our polled champion and reserve champion female, I've got some other awards I'd like to announce. Our premier exhibitors, our Horn Premier Exhibitor went to GKB Cattle Company of Desdemona, Texas. And our polled Premier Exhibitor also went to GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Your Horn Premier Breeder went to Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma, and your polled Premier Breeder went to Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Also, we'd like to thank our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman of Hoffman Ranch in Thetford, Nebraska, for all of his time today. So if you wouldn't mind, please go ahead and give him a big round of applause as he selects our champion and reserve champion female. We'd also like to thank a couple of special ladies that are out here in the ring. We have the privilege of having our national Hereford queen, Madison Katzenberger from Wisconsin, and your Oklahoma princess, Jolie Prentice. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause for those ladies as well.
What a lineup. What a show. I appreciate being out here. Appreciate the option to have an associate. Most of you know, if I had an associate or if I was to judge with somebody, it'd be my dad. He's not my associate. I'm his associate. More importantly, every day, I'm trying to be a better associate to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you. And I can go through and talk these if you'd like. But I'm going to say the champion heifers, probably about as close to perfect as I've seen.
And congratulations, your pole champion female of the 2023 Cattlemen's Congress goes to entry 845, Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with BKCMCC Jungle Cat 149 JET.
I'll talk these real quick in the Angus deal and let Jason pick his reserve. Really super nice pair of heifers here. The heifer that wins the class does so fairly handily in my mind. I just love her type and kind. as complete as she is and as functional. Really got some cushion underneath, some belly, an extension in front. Heifer I like very, very well. The heifer in 2 is one that's super long topped and super long spine, extended through her front end. Perhaps gets a little softer in her spine, right behind the top of the shoulder, a little more upright in her tail head, but one I like exceptionally well. I think she's got a lot of shelf life in her. One that's a little more plain is the heifer in 3. I like the udder distending out of the hip structure. She's wide-based with some look to her. She just gets outclassed a little bit in terms of look and kind, especially out through front 1/3. Then we come into a heifer, the next heifer out, a big-bodied, type, broody female. For me, she gets a little plainer in her design, especially through her shoulder and down through her brisket and dewlap. Here's a pair of females next, just good cow prospects, super nice heifer up front.
Challenge all of you to name one show that's ever had more better options for reserve. I couldn't think of one. Not that I've sorted a lot of them, but man alive, what a lineup of heifers.
Page. All right. And congratulations, your polled reserve champion female of the 2023 Cattlemen's Congress goes to entry 792, Paige Lemonager of Hudson, Illinois, with Hawkmila 39J ET. Well, that concludes our Hereford female show. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Thank you for all the ring help, our judges, and all those that helped to make the Cattlemen's Congress a great success.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 28H. First place exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Bardot 1030, bred by Seldom Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan. Second place in that class exhibited by Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma, with WB Princess 106. Third place in that class will go